Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Omnitrix went too far. Madoka Power Unleashed. Part 1. My name is Ice Star, as you can see. I am a college student living in a dormitory, hailing from Blue Planet. Like most college students, I originally thought college life would be easy. The result was, I still live the same study life as before. Indeed, what the teachers used to say about being liberated once you get to college is a lie. But my grades in college are actually quite good, upper middle, able to rank in the top 15 of the class in exams. Occasionally, I also like to watch some anime, especially Magical Girl, Ben 10, and Toilet Man. Favorite games, mainly, Fate Grand Order, and Cookie Run, Kingdom. However, one time, playing something like Honkai, Star Rail, I did a 10 pull and got 4 golds, and none of them were off banner. In my excitement, I lost my footing, fell down the stairs, and broke a bone. Then, on the way to the hospital in an ambulance, I was hit by a truck driven by someone blind. I went flying, the truck overturned, and I was crushed to death. When I woke up again, I arrived in a white space. Just as I was about to ask a question, a white ball of light appeared in front of me. Hello, host. I am Ling, your system. System. Oh, I see, I died. But, the browsing history on my computer and phone hasn't been deleted yet, the youth said helplessly. It is fine, that is all in the past. Since you, the host, have died, I will give you 2 items to help you overcome difficulties in another world. Please accept them. After speaking, 1 green and 1 gold ball of light appeared in front of Ice Star. What are these? Before she could finish, the green ball of light disappeared, replaced by a watch emitting green light. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Omnitrix Infinite version. Omnitrix, a DNA storage device for all species in the universe. Through the DNA of alien species, you can transform into that alien species. Infinite version. You can transform infinitely, with infinite transformation time, and there will be no transformation errors or genetic recombination phenomena. Note, this Omnitrix currently only has 10 alien heroes' DNA. If you want to obtain new DNA, you need to use points to draw or purchase them. Omnitrix, the little watch, awesome. Ice Star shouted excitedly. What is the Omnitrix? She naturally knew. With this, couldn't she just transform into Superman or Atom Smasher and dominate everything? I will give you a free 10 pull, you can start drawing now. After speaking, a 10 pull button appeared in front of her. Come on, I hope you give me something powerful. Ice Star pressed the button. Congratulations, you have drawn Divine Power Tyrannosaurus DNA. What? The eating the lost Tyrannosaurus? Are you kidding me? You give me something bad, and you come up with a guy who just eats losses as soon as she transforms. You could have given me 4 arms at least. Congratulations, you have drawn Little Bobo DNA. Little Bobo. Not bad, this is good. Congratulations, you have drawn Armadillo DNA. Congratulations, you have drawn Electric Lizard DNA. Electric Lizard. Plug brother. I like it, Electric Lizard is super deadly. Armadillo is also great. Ice Star almost shouted in excitement. Congratulations, you have drawn Heat Blast DNA. Congratulations, you have drawn Flash Star DNA. Congratulations, you have drawn Diamond Head DNA. Congratulations, you have drawn Ghost Freak DNA. Congratulations, you have drawn Gray Matter DNA. Looking at the 9 alien heroes' DNA, Ice Star sighed that her luck was not bad. All the DNA drawn were useful, just didn't know who the last DNA would be. Congratulations, you have drawn Clockwork DNA. Clockwork. Did I hear that right? One of the 3 fantasy gods, Clockwork. Although not as good as Superman and Atom Smasher, Clockwork is also very powerful. After sighing, the 10 alien heroes turned into light spots and flew into the Omnitrix, then the Omnitrix opened and clamped onto Ice Star's right hand. Omnitrix, if the host obtains enough points, you can upgrade the Omnitrix. Now let's look at your second gift. Ling said, flying around in the air. The second one. Ice Star looked at the gold ball with a puzzled face. Suddenly, the golden ball of light began to turn black, then flew into the air, suddenly grew larger, and then thump. A huge figure appeared in front of Ice Star. His head was a black hole, his height was over 300 meters, he had many clock pendants and ancient armor devices on his body. The clock core on his chest rotated like a black hole. His right hand was a huge dark golden energy sword, 5-hour hands hung behind him, and a large number of golden particles and golden halos surrounded him. I am the god of time. I have already devoured the multiverse, the immortal of hundreds of titans sinister. You are my master, right? The dark clock knelt down, the black hole staring straight at Ice Star. Yes, 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 you, hello Mr. Sinister. Ice Star swallowed, her voice trembling slightly. Who is Sinister? Looking at this, isn't this the sealed Dark Titan clock from the Toilet Man multiverse? Host, don't be afraid. Mr. Sinister will become your second form, he is your second weapon. Ling comforted her in front of Ice Star. After chatting with Ling and Sinister for a while, Sinister turned into a dark golden ball of light and flew into Ice Star's body along with Ling. Then, Ice Star was teleported away from this area. I hope you chose correctly. Sinister said to Ling in a tone that could not distinguish joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. Don't worry, trust me. I definitely won't let you down. By the way, do you want to play buckshot roulette, Mr. Sinister? HMPH. I will play with you. Ding tilde dong tilde ding tilde dong tilde, school bell. Ahem, there is a very important thing to tell everyone today. Please listen carefully. Fried eggs, should they be fully cooked, or half cooked? Please answer, Nakazawa-kun. In the classroom, a young and cute teacher asked the students seriously. Ah, that isn't both fine. The boy named Nakazawa-kun replied. So not true. Either is fine. It is a big mistake to think that the degree of fried eggs can determine a woman's charm. Snap. After speaking, the teacher broke the teaching pointer in her hand. Girls, you must never date a man who only eats half-cooked fried eggs. The teacher was still acting crazy in front. Did they break up? The short blue-haired girl turned to look at the other girl with pink twin tails. Looks like they broke up. The pink twin-tailed girl answered with a helpless smile. And boys, pay attention, never become an adult who has requirements for the degree of fried eggs. The teacher continued to say seriously. That's right. This cute, young, teacher, she broke up again tilde it's really too interesting tilde. And the two girls who spoke just now were Miki Sayaka and Madoka Kanami. Sigh. Alright, next, today I will introduce two transfer students to everyone. The teacher changed her tone and said gently to the students. Next is the first transfer student. Then, Akemi Homura, come in. As the teacher's words fell, a black-haired girl with twin braids wearing red-rimmed glasses walked in with a briefcase. That, I am. Akemi Homura, please, take care of me from now on. The girl named Akemi Homura wore her. The teacher saw this and then picked up a piece of chalk and wrote the three characters, Akemi Homura, on the blackboard. Akemi Homura was originally a heart disease patient, so she hasn't been to school for a long time, everyone should help her more. Then, let us welcome the second one, the transfer student from China. Classmate Ice Star, come in. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, the youth walked over with strides. Wow, he is a bit handsome. And looks a bit like a girl, this hairstyle. But he is wearing a boy's school uniform. His two eyes are different colors. Is that a watch on his right hand? This watch is too big. Looking at the youth in front of them, the students below discussed one after another. The youth had white hair, tied into a ponytail reaching the waist with a rubber band, same style as Ether, from Genshin Impact, and snow-white sideburns on both sides of the fair cheeks waiting to be lifted. The youth looked at the students in front with one golden and one azure eye, and said with forced naturalness. Hello everyone. I am the transfer student from China, Ice Star, please, take care of me. After speaking, she used a black pen to write her name on the blackboard in both Chinese and Japanese forms. Then, please Akemi Homura and Ice Star find a seat and sit down. After the teacher finished speaking, Ice Star carried the briefcase and walked down, sitting behind Madoka Kanami. And Akemi Homura sat behind Sayaka, which was to the left of Ice Star, becoming tablemates. When class was over, Ice Star and Akemi Homura were surrounded by students. Classmate Ice Star, your hairstyle is so unique. What are schools like in China? Are they different from ours? The eyes are so unique, are they natural? Is classmate Ice Star interested in clubs? Do you want to join our club? Classmate Ice Star's watch is so strange, can I take a look? After saying that, this student reached out to touch the Omnitrix. Seeing this, Ice Star immediately retracted her right hand. Don't touch. This watch is, Ice Star suddenly became embarrassed, not knowing how to say it. Laughing to death, if she let the classmate touch the Omnitrix and caused herself to transform, Ice Star wouldn't know where to go to cry. At this time Homura hasn't reincarnated yet. That means she still has heart disease, then I'll take her to the infirmary first, it's better than dealing with the crowd here. Ice Star thought to herself. I'll take Akemi Homura to the infirmary first. Doesn't she have heart disease? I am also a transfer student, I'll take her there. Ice Star said and looked at Akemi Homura. The two stared at each other. Classmate Ice Star, do you know where the infirmary is? Madoka Konami behind Ice Star said. Ah, this. I saw the infirmary when I came, so let me take Akemi Homura there. Ice Star scratched her head and said with a smile. Let me go with you, I am the health committee member of the class, without me the teacher in the infirmary won't open the medicine. This, alright. So, the three set off together, heading to the infirmary. Classmate Ice Star, were you just trying to find an excuse to get away, right? Madoka, who was walking in the front, turned her head and said. Counting it as that, haha. With Homura's glance, Ice Star lowered her head a little embarrassed. Anyway, it makes people very happy that classmate Ice Star can think of helping Akemi Homura first. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Madoka Konami, what about you guys? Madoka turned to the two and said. I am Ice Star. Hello, Madoka Konami. Akemi Homura. Homura said, lowering her head shyly. After hearing the two names, Madoka smiled at them. They are both very nice names. Akemi Homura, can I call you Homura? That, I haven't been called by my first name much, it's a bit strange. Homura's tone seemed a bit shy, and even her cheeks became a little rosy. There is no such thing. Your name makes me feel like there is a feeling of burning, I think it is very cool. Madoka said enthusiastically. Classmate Ice Star, then from now on, can I call you Little Star? As shining and bright as the stars in the night sky. Sure enough, Madoka is really enthusiastic. Sure. Then, from now on, can I call you Madoka? Okay, then let's keep going. Madoka turned back and continued to lead the way. And Ice Star looked at Homura, stepped forward and said, that, from now on, can I also call you Homura? Can you also call me Little Star? Homura's face instantly turned red again. Okay, Little Star. Congratulations, established a good relationship with Madoka and Homura. Obtained 5,000 points, obtained primary ability purification. Purification cannot be used for attack, but has a great effect in this world. Upgradable. Meanwhile, in the space. It seems, he has already started. Sinister said. Yeah, so, everything must have patience, Sinister. Ling said lightly. I know, so are you going to shoot or not? I know. Drink a drink first, empty bullet. Now one reel too empty. I bet, no bullets. Ling aimed the gun at himself. Ling has 1 drop of blood left, Sinister has 2. Bang. Ling HP 1. Sigh. Sinister shook his head and took the box full of money. The three of them arrived at the infirmary. Madoka asked the other two to wait outside while she went in to get the medicine. Ice Star and Homura sat not far away to wait. By the way, Homura, have you been staying in the hospital all this time? Ice Star turned her head to look at Homura and asked. Homura didn't speak, just nodded. Staying in the hospital all alone, that must be very lonely and pitiful. If you have any difficulties or need help in the future, just come find me. I will help you. Oh okay, thank you. Classmate Little Star. Just then, Madoka Konami walked out of the infirmary with the medicine, looking at the two chatting, a smile on her face. It looks like Homura and Little Star get along very well. After a while, the class bell rang. After Homura finished taking her medicine, the three of them hurried toward the classroom. Report. X3 The three of them rushed back to the classroom and sat in their seats. That's fine. You didn't waste too much time, just 1 minute. This is math class, the three of you need to listen carefully. The teacher said kindly from the front, then began the lecture. Let's look at these 3 lines, the 3 points of. The math teacher was explaining the problem at the front and writing it on the blackboard. But what Ice Star heard was, Mimi mama mo mi ma mo ma mo ma mo, Mimi mama mo ma mo ma, mo tilde. This problem, sigh, I've already listened to this enough to develop muscle memory. Therefore, Ice Star could completely ignore what the math teacher was saying and sleep. But to build a good image in front of Homura and Madoka, she didn't sleep. She just listened along, reviewing junior high school content. Beep beep beep. However, at this moment, the Omnitrix suddenly made a sound, but it was very quiet, and no one else heard it except Ice Star. What's wrong? Ice Star looked down at the Omnitrix. It is a sudden mission. Wait until after school to execute the mission. Completing the mission can earn points, and if you are lucky, you can also get a random DNA sample. A mission? I wonder what kind of mission it will be. But I have the Omnitrix, it shouldn't be too difficult. Ice Star thought to herself. Little star, are you okay? Homura, who was beside her, poked the head down Ice Star with her finger and asked with concern. Ah ha ha, I'm fine, Homura. Although the voice was very soft, their movements were still seen by the math teacher. Akemi Homura, could you please come up and solve this problem for everyone? The math teacher's voice suddenly came. Oh okay. Homura raised her head, looked at the problem on the blackboard, walked to the front, and picked up the black pen. Looking at the problem on the blackboard, Homura adjusted her glasses, wrote halfway, then stopped, and then turned to look at the teacher. Are you stuck? Find a classmate to help you. Homura looked awkwardly at the students below. Because she had just arrived and was not familiar with everyone, she didn't know who to call to help her. I'll do it, teacher. At this time, Ice Star raised her right hand. After all, Homura was called up because she was concerned about me, so I must help her. The students below widened their eyes, and even the teacher and Homura on the side were shocked. The entire blackboard, except for the problem, was filled with writing. Teacher, the blackboard is full. There were originally 4 ways to solve the problem, but I only wrote 3 of them. Please check. Ice Star said, putting down the black pen and standing to the side. Yes, completely correct. Everyone, give classmate Bing Xing a round of applause. The teacher said, throwing a look of approval after checking. Applause also came from the students below. Finally, Ice Star returned to her seat with Homura, who had a look of surprise in her eyes. That, little star, thank you. Homura said with her head down at her seat. It's nothing, I already said. I am your friend, I will help you. Ice Star smiled and said to Homura, and hearing this, Homura's face turned bright red, whoosh, all at once. In the afternoon, it was PE class. After the students changed into their gym uniforms, they started the physical test. Can you do it? Do you need me to inject some speed power of the Flash Star into you? Ling said in Ice Star's mental space. Her host was good at everything before this, but her physical education was relatively poor. Alright, but I only need a little. Otherwise, with the speed of the Flash Star, I guess. Ice Star responded to Ling with her mind awkwardly. So, the next one is. Classmate Ice Star, prepare to start the running test. The PE teacher held the form and announced Ice Star's name, and then Ice Star walked to the front of lane 4, and the other students whose names were called also arrived one after another. On your marks, get set. Bang. After the teacher finished speaking, as the gunshot rang out, Ice Star, whoosh, threw the other students a long distance away. In the shocked eyes of the students, Ice Star ran rapidly on the playground at an extremely fast speed. Before long, she reached the finish line. So fast. Can only say, is it worthy of being a student from China? The physique is indeed different from ours here. The PE teacher looked at the time on the stopwatch in his hand, somewhat shocked. After running, Ice Star went to the side to rest. Although she used the speed of the Flash Star, she was still a bit tired and sweating when she finished running. Little Star. Ice Star turned her head to look, it was Madoka. Madoka. Little Star, you ran so fast. It seems your physical fitness was very good in the past. I suppose so. Ridiculous, if it wasn't for the buff Ling added, her physical fitness might have ranked last in the whole class. Ice Star sat on the side to rest, and soon it was the girl's turn to test. And Homura, because of her heart disease, was arranged by the teacher to rest after running for a while, which made Homura feel a little sad. In the afternoon after school, Madoka, Homura, and Ice Star walked out of the school gate together. Well then, see you tomorrow, you two. See you tomorrow, Madoka. After parting with Madoka, Ice Star and Homura walked on the road. By the way, little star, why aren't you going home? Me. I'll see you home first, after all, I am your friend. Thank you. Homura's face flushed slightly. Because of the transmigration, her home was actually a space with a length, width, and height of 3 kilometers arranged for her by Ling. So, she used the excuse of seeing Homura to the hospital first, and walked and chatted with Homura. The two of them were chatting and laughing. Even though they had only known each other for a day, they had already become good friends. And just at this moment, a cold voice appeared in Ice Star's head. Sudden mission activated. Sudden mission. Defeat 2 Bilgaxian beasts, adult. Wait, what did you say? Bilgaxian beasts. Ice Star said in confusion. Aren't Bilgaxian beasts the species name of upgrade? I have little Bobo, so I shouldn't be afraid, but why are there 2 adults? Little Star, what's wrong? What Bill, Star Beast? Homura heard Ice Star's words and turned her head to ask in confusion. Bang! Bang! 2 purple portals appeared in front of the two. Immediately after, two creatures walked out of the portal. Two creatures walked out of the portal. They were covered in yellow fur and resembled dogs with long tails. One had tiger-like stripes on its back, while the other did not. They had no eyes, sharp claws, and large mouths with 4 fangs, from which saliva constantly dripped. On both sides of their cheeks, they each had 3 organs that looked like shark gills. That's right, they were 2 adult Vilgaxian beasts, one male and one female. Wait, you just brought them here directly. What if someone sees them? In the mental space, Ice Star shouted at her system, Ling. Oh, don't worry. I've shielded and hidden you all, and I had Sinister stop time outside. Right now, except for you and that little girl, no one can see or perceive you, Ling said leisurely. Besides, I haven't teleported you directly to the Vilgaxian planet yet. That's a relief, Homura can see it too. Tisk, what a hassle. Oh well, if I'm exposed, so be it. It was only a matter of time before they found out anyway, Ice Star thought. Actually, these 2 Vilgaxian beasts weren't hard to deal with. Little Bobo could just clone himself and solve it with a roar. But before that, she wanted to test something. When Homura saw the 2 creatures suddenly appear, she was completely terrified. She kept backing away until she accidentally tripped and fell to the ground. Roar, roar. The 2 Vilgaxian beasts roared continuously, slowly walking toward Homura. What is this? Don't come over. Homura kept backing away, her body trembling uncontrollably. Roar, roar. The 2 Vilgaxian beasts roared again, saliva dripping from their mouths as they closed in on Homura. Just as Homura despairingly closed her eyes, a figure stepped in front of her, blocking the 2 Vilgaxian beasts. Homura, don't be afraid. I'm here, Ice Star said confidently to Homura, who was sitting on the ground. Little Star, how about, let's run. These creatures. We can't beat them. Homura was almost crying as she spoke, she didn't want Little Star to throw her life away for her. Sigh, I couldn't keep it hidden after all. Homura, I'll explain it to you later. Ice Star sighed, then raised her right hand and activated the Omnitrix. Just like an old friend often says. Hero time. Ice Star slammed down on her Omnitrix. Suddenly, green light flashed around Ice Star, and her body began to change. Divine Power Tyrannosaurus. A 3-meter tall humanoid dinosaur suddenly appeared. You ask why she didn't turn into Little Bobo. That's because Ice Star wanted to test if Divine Power Tyrannosaurus really gets beaten up and humiliated the moment he transforms. Bang! With a quick punch, the first Vilgaxian beast that lunged forward was sent flying, snapping several trees in its path. The second Vilgaxian beast attacked. Just as Divine Power Tyrannosaurus brought his fist down, the beast quickly dodged, circled behind, and bit onto Divine Power Tyrannosaurus's tail. Awoo, that hurts. Divine Power Tyrannosaurus whipped his tail to shake it off, but just as he turned around to punch, the Vilgaxian beast that had been sent flying earlier pounced onto the back of Divine Power Tyrannosaurus's head and bit down. Get off me. Divine Power Tyrannosaurus grabbed the Vilgaxian beast with both hands, trying hard to pull it off, but then the other Vilgaxian beast swiped its claws, knocking Divine Power Tyrannosaurus straight to the ground. Alright, it seems, the name, Humiliation Dragon, wasn't just for show. Divine Power Tyrannosaurus thought to himself as he lay on the ground. Just as the 2 Vilgaxian beasts were attacking Divine Power Tyrannosaurus while he was pinned underneath, 2 stones were thrown, hitting the Vilgaxian beasts on their heads. Why you are not allowed to hurt him. Homura picked up some stones and threw them at the 2 beasts. But to the Vilgaxian beasts, this attack was low damage, but extremely insulting. So, ignoring the Divine Power Tyrannosaurus lying on the ground, they turned and walked toward Homura, intending to finish off this weak creature. I can't delay any longer. If this continues, Homura will be in mortal danger. Divine Power Tyrannosaurus decisively slammed the Omnitrix on his chest to switch forms. Little Bobo. Little Bobo. Echo. Echo. An alien hero wearing a white hazmat suit, with a large mouth, headphones on its head, and cassette-like objects on each leg. Homura. Little Bobo said in a very mechanical voice, standing in front of Homura. Little Star, are you okay? And what is this? Homura was happy to see Ice Star was alright, but her happiness turned to confusion as Ice Star had transformed into a new form. I'll explain to you later, but for now, please cover your ears. After she finished speaking, Homura obediently covered her ears. Watching the 2 lunging Vilgaxian beasts, Little Bobo chuckled, and then he instantly cloned himself 4 times, making 5 in total including the original. He immediately emitted a powerful sonic wave. Under the sonic wave, the two Vilgaxian beasts immediately showed signs of distress, roaring chaotically and backing away constantly. To ensure there were no future troubles, little Bobo cloned two more of himself, ran behind, and launched a sonic attack on the Vilgaxian beasts from the rear. After a while, under the sonic assault, the two Vilgaxian beasts were completely paralyzed on the ground, having lost all ability to act. After finishing them off, little Bobo walked up to the two Vilgaxian beasts lying on the ground and scanned them with the Omnitrix. New DNA detected, Omnitrix beginning optimization and recording. As soon as the scan was complete, a portal appeared beneath the two Vilgaxian beasts, teleporting them away, and the barrier created by the system vanished. Congratulations, unexpected mission completed. Reward obtained, 8,000 points. We did it. We won. Oh yeah. The 7 little Bobos cheered and jumped for joy on the ground, and finally, the other 6 clones returned to the original body. This time, not only did she get points, but she also acquired upgrades DNA. Awesome. At this moment, suddenly remembering something, little Bobo turned around and looked up at Homura. Ah, Homura, you listen to me. I see, the Omnitrix, that's amazing, little star, to be able to turn into aliens. After hearing the explanation, Homura looked amazed. Yeah, so. Homura, could you please keep this a secret for me? Why yes. Little star, I will keep it a secret. Ah. Homura is the best. This is the author's first book, so the writing might not be very good. If you want to roast it, please go easy on me. By the way, little star, aren't you going to change back? No. After all, I don't know if we'll encounter danger, and there's no one around right now. On the bridge, a black-haired girl and a small white figure were walking one after the other. Sigh. Homura suddenly let out a sigh. What's wrong, Homura? Is there something upsetting you? Little Bobo asked, turning around. No, it's nothing. If there's anything, you must tell me. I'll help you solve it, Homura, little Bobo, who was walking in front, said with a mechanical laugh. Thank you, little star. At this moment, Homura felt very down. Another failed day. I couldn't answer the questions. I even failed the physical test. I can't help with anything. I keep needing to be saved. Will I be like this forever? Homura walked forward with her head down, step by step. In a daze, she seemed to hear a voice. In that case, it would be better to just die. It would be better to die. Yes, it would be better to die. It would be better to die. Thinking this, Homura slowly closed her eyes. Homura. 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 Homura instantly woke up. Are you awake? Hide behind me. The scene around us is wrong. Little Bobo shouted. He had noticed Homura's strange behavior earlier, and seeing the environment beginning to change, he knew that the main enemy of this anime, the witch, had arrived. This, little star, what's happening? Why is the surrounding? Homura looked around nervously. Now, beneath their feet was Picasso's Guernica, and the sky had turned into a painting resembling Van Gogh's The Starry Night. At this moment, the ground began to tremble, and something resembling the French Arc de Triomphe rose from the ground. Is it here, the vain artist witch? Little Bobo said in a low voice. Subsequently, several monsters composed of line drawings walked toward them. Little star, can you handle it? Homura asked with some concern. Don't worry, Homura. I will win. By the way, let me show you a new alien hero. As he spoke, Ice Star slowly walked toward the line drawing monsters. Be careful. Hero time. Little Bobo pressed the Omnitrix on his chest. Green light flashed around Little Bobo's body. Armadillo. A 10-foot-tall humanoid armadillo-type creature appeared. It looked like a yellow armored robot, with a gray tail and a pair of thick arms. Another new alien, Little Star is amazing. Homura said enviously. Armadillo retracted his hands into his arms. Stand steady, a big earthquake is coming. Thump, thump. He struck the ground heavily with both arms, and a massive tremor followed. The line-drawing monsters were sent flying, and Homura, standing behind him, fell to the ground because she couldn't stand steady. Then, Armadillo turned his right hand into a drill and continuously rotated it, churning the surrounding air to form an air vortex. The line-drawing monsters didn't even know what was happening before they were instantly shredded into pieces. Looking at the Arc de Triomphe standing there. Sigh, I guess, this witch was an art student in her past life, desperately wanting others to recognize her work. So she made a wish to QB, I want to win first place in the art competition and have my work recognized by everyone, believing she was a chosen existence. And in the subsequent art competition, she, who was originally awarded first place, was discovered to have plagiarized her work, so her first place was revoked, and she was banned from participating in future competitions. Ultimately, under the dual pressure of disqualification and public opinion, her despair turned into a witch. Ice Star assumed this was the past life of the artist witch. Forget it, I'll grant you release. Armadillo released a shockwave and leapt up, his hands turning into drills, charging straight toward the Arc de Triomphe. Boom! The giant drills rotated rapidly, drilling straight into the Arc de Triomphe. In an instant, cracks were drilled into it, and finally, it shattered and exploded. Armadillo landed on the ground unscathed. Armadillo's defensive power was no joke. In Ben 10, Ultimate Alien, Armadillo could survive an AR-9 energy cannon explosion, so this kind of explosion goes without saying. With the death of the artist witch, the sky and ground gradually returned to normal. A black object, resembling a thumbtack, fell to the ground, its top had a trophy, and in the middle was a strange pattern. Armadillo picked up the thumbtack from the ground. Just then, he felt someone tapping his body. He looked down and saw it was Homura. Little star, is it resolved? What exactly was that? But before Homura could finish, Armadillo used his thick arm to block Homura and said, "Since you've seen it, come out. Stop hiding." Then, two girls slowly walked out one after the other. Very keen perception. I didn't expect the witch to be solved by you so easily. The one who came forward first was a yellow-haired girl wearing a small black hat and a gorgeous dress. Looking at the tall armadillo in front of her, the girl kept examining him. That's right, so. Armadillo was just about to answer, but at this moment, the pink-haired girl behind the girl also walked over. Madoka. X2. You guys. Ah, it's Homura. And you, why do you know me? Madoka was surprised at first, then became puzzled. Homura was her friend, so recognizing her was no problem. But why did this yellow creature know her too? It's me, little star. With that, Armadillo deactivated his transformation, turning back into the original white-haired, heterochromatic-eyed boy. It's you, little star. Madoka said with a shocked expression. Madoka, do you guys know each other? The yellow-haired girl asked doubtfully. It's like this. After some explanation from Madoka, the yellow-haired girl lowered her guard and extended her hand toward the two. Nice to meet you, my name is Mami Tomo, I am Madoka's friend. Ice Star looked at Madoka, then looked at Mami Tomo, and smiled as she shook her hand. Hello, my name is Ice Star, I am Madoka's classmate and also her friend. Seeing this, Homura also shook her hand, Akemi Homura, also Madoka's friend. Seeing the misunderstanding resolved, Mami also smiled as she looked at Ice Star and Homura. So you two are Madoka's friends. I apologize for what happened just now. It's not convenient to talk here, so why don't you two come to my house? I've prepared afternoon tea for you. Thus, the four of them followed Mami and left. Not far away, a white creature wagged its tail as it watched them. Power that doesn't belong to this world. You are truly strange, boy. Poochie. The white creature was instantly sliced in half by a dark golden slash. Don't even think about having designs on him. After the white creature was killed, another white creature, identical to the previous one, appeared and quickly devoured the corpse of its kind. How strange. After saying that, it left. Soon, Mami brought the three of them to a residential building, opened the door with a key, and they entered Mami Tomo's home. Although Mami Tomo's home was not large, it was very tidy. After entering the house, Mami asked Ice Star and the others to sit for a while she went to the kitchen to prepare tea and snacks. At this moment, the system's voice appeared in Ice Star's head. Congratulations. Defeated the artist witch. Gained 7,000 points. 7,000, counting the previous ones, I already have 20,000 points. While Ice Star was thinking, Mami Tomo brought the brewed black tea and prepared desserts to everyone. Try my cooking, everyone. Mami Tomo slightly lifted her skirt and knelt on the blanket. Ice Star picked up the black tea and took a light sip. It's delicious, thank you. Hee, I'm glad you like it. Hearing Ice Star's evaluation, Mami smiled slightly. Mami Tomo took a sip of black tea and set it down, then her gaze fell on Ice Star and Homura. Classmate Ice Star and classmate Homura, you shouldn't be magical girls, right? Magical girl. What is that? Homura looked confused, opening her deep purple eyes as she looked at Mami. A magical girl is someone who hunts witches. Before Mami could answer, a white creature on the window nearby replied. Ice Star looked at the white creature in front of her, appearing calm on the surface, but feeling displeased inside. This white creature was our cute maiden scammer, the white devil white poop QB. It, along with the Fat Worm Earth Juvenile Defense Team Monokuma Danganronpa, and Fav Magical Girl Raising Project, are known as the four great, dark and vile, mascots. If ranked by Ice Star's level of disgust for them from highest to lowest before her death, it would be Fav QB Fat Worm Monokuma. You certainly didn't expect QB not to be the highest, because before her death, after watching Puella Magi Madoka Magica, she thought QB was a real piece of work, and a roommate recommended, you should watch Magical Girl Raising Project. The mascot in there is much better than QB. So she searched for it, and it turned out. She was furious after watching it. QB was much better than this black and white ball shit. But that didn't stop her from hating QB. Especially that line, that is your own human problem, you want us to clean up your mess. Just wait, when I get X Superman, you'll be the first ones I wipe out. That was what Ice Star thought to herself. At this moment, Mommy also began to introduce it. It is QB. As long as you make a wish to it, it can grant one wish, and then you can become a magical girl. Grant a wish. Anything is okay. Homura said in surprise. Of course, if your potential is sufficient, I can grant any wish. But everyone can only make one wish, and you cannot go back on it, QB said expressionlessly, wagging its tail. Under Mommy and QB's explanation, Ice Star and Homura understood what a witch was, and what a grief seed was. This is a soul gem, the source of our magical girl powers. You see, there is some impurity on it. The yellow soul gem flickered with a faint light, and if you looked closely, you could see a slight blackness within it. I see. By the way, Senior Mommy, can you lend me your soul gem for a moment? Ice Star remembered she had a purification skill, and now she could test if it had an effect on the soul gem. Alright, here you go, classmate Ice Star. After speaking, Mommy Tomo handed the soul gem to Ice Star. Thanks, and from now on, you can just call me Little Star. By the way, Madoka, give me yours too. Looking at the yellow and pink soul gems in her hands, Ice Star decisively activated her ability. Purification. Following that, a white light emerged from Ice Star's hands, enveloping the two soul gems. The blackness inside the two soul gems began to slowly detach from within the soul gems along with the light, finally dissolving and dissipating into the white light. After a while, two incredibly bright, pure soul gems appeared in Ice Star's hands, and not a trace of impurity could be seen inside them. Mommy Tomo and Madoka were already stunned to the point of silence. Sugoi. Little Star, you are too amazing, you can actually purify our soul gems. Madoka, having reacted, said with an excited face. What an amazing ability, classmate Little Star. Mommy Tomo looked at her own soul gem and revealed a deep smile. It seems that apart from grief seeds, there is another way to remove impurities. It's truly magical, Ice Star. QB, who was nearby, also jumped onto the table, its ruby-like eyes staring straight at Ice Star. But this doesn't seem to be your true ability, right? That's right, I forgot to talk about the main point. Classmate Little Star, why did you turn into a large yellow creature at the bridge? Mommy Tomo said in a puzzled tone. That's right. Little Star, you haven't told us yet. It was so magical, you defeated the witch in an instant. Madoka also looked at Ice Star with curiosity and anticipation. Ice Star did not hide it, directly revealing the Omnitrix and explaining its use. I only have 11 aliens right now. The yellow creature you just saw, I call him Armadillo. Oh right, Homura. The two you saw before are Divine Power Tyrannosaurus and Little Bobo, respectively. Ice Star patiently explained to the three girls and one creature. I see. It's truly magical. I wonder who invented this watch. After hearing this, Mommy and Madoka also felt it was quite magical. Ice Star, your ability is indeed magical, and very powerful. At the same time, I also feel that you have great potential, QB said, slowly walking towards Ice Star, and finally jumping directly into Ice Star's arms. Do you want to sign a contract with me and become a magical girl? Don't agree to it, and I believe you won't agree to it. Ling said in a disgusted tone from within the space. HMPH. Sinister coldly snorted, his black hole head not even glancing at QB. I refuse. First of all, I don't have a wish, and I already have the Omnitrix, so I don't need it. Also, Ice Star said, picking up QB with one hand. Me being a boy, wouldn't it be strange for me to become a magical girl? And I definitely don't want to wear women's clothing. Ah, that's true. Ha ha ha. Mommy narrowed her eyes and smiled awkwardly. Phew. Senior Mommy, if you need to hunt witches in the future, you can call me along. Ice Star handed the grief seed to Mommy Tomo. I have no use for this, so I'll give it to Senior Mommy. Thank you, then please take care of me in the future, little star. And just call me Mommy. Okay, then please take care of me, Mommy. The afternoon tea ended quickly, and Ice Star and the others bid farewell to Mommy and returned to their respective homes. Eventually, accompanied by Ice Star, she arrived at the destination with Homura. After bidding farewell to Homura, Ice Star walked to a deserted corner, opened the space, and walked in. Arriving inside the space, Ice Star sat directly on the bed, looking at the huge black hole outside the space, and smiled helplessly. Opening the shop panel given by Ling, Ice Star looked at the items inside and realized that she had 20,000 points now anyway. She discovered that inside, there were not only alien heroes' DNA extraction and purchase sections, but also other items or abilities that could be purchased and learned. Flipping further down, Ice Star found an item that interested her. Omnitrix disposable version. The difference between this watch and the Omnitrix is that it is white and the same size as a regular watch. Introduction. After the wearer puts it on, they can turn into an alien hero. It can only be used once, the transformation is purely random, and the transformation time is 10 minutes. Can change color according to the wearer's preference. Cost 500 points. So Ice Star bought one and put it in her pocket. As for the skill category, Ice Star listened to the advice of Ling and Sinister and bought something called Clockwork Core, costing 10,000 points. According to Ling, having this would grant abilities the same as Clockwork's, perhaps even more powerful. After purchasing it, a pure golden energy ball appeared and quickly flew into Ice Star's chest, and Ice Star herself felt no discomfort. Opening her panel, she found an extra line of text. Power of Time LV1, Max LV7. LV1, huh, alright. As expected, I still need to upgrade slowly. If I need time, I'll just use Clockwork to fill in for now. Ice Star muttered as she closed the panel. After saying this, Ice Star lay down and began to sleep. Early the next morning, inside the space, our Ice Star was still sleeping. Ice Star. Z's. Meanwhile, Sinister, having received Ling's permission, directly. Boom. A huge bell sound. Wah. My god. What's happening? Ice Star was shocked awake, her white hair a mess. Afterward, Ice Star looked at the floating light orb Ling and Sinister, who was standing with arms crossed, and let out a sigh. Geez, I'm gonna puke. Was it necessary to wake me up like that? Ice Star rubbed her eyes, stretched, and got out of bed. Host, you can check in every day. Would you like to check in? Ling flew in front of Ice Star. Check in. I don't know what I'll get. Check in. Check in successful, obtained 1500 points. Since it is your first day checking in, you have received an additional reward, skill Ancestor of Gourmet Food. Ancestor of Gourmet Food, a skill with no attack attributes, but it can make the food you cook increasingly delicious. Current rank, beginner, total 4 ranks, highest is God rank. Alright, seems like a skill related to cooking, but I've never cooked before. What use is this to me? Ice Star complained. Whatever, I'll wash up first. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Ouch. Ice Star lifted her left hand and found a cut on her palm that had appeared at some point, bleeding continuously. I should find something to bandage it. No wait, didn't I get the power of time yesterday? Let me try it now. So, she lifted her injured left hand, aimed her right hand at it, and activated the ability. Accelerate. As she said that, a golden magic circle appeared on her right hand, and golden light spots began to emerge on her left hand. Slowly, the wound on her hand stopped bleeding and began to scab over. Final result. It wasn't completely healed, but it was close enough. Looks like my mastery of the power of time isn't complete yet. But that's understandable, I'm only at LV1. Sinister, on the side, turned his head to look at Ling. You, quietly cut it, right? Hee hee hee. In the end, Ice Star brushed her teeth, washed her face, tied up her snow-white hair, and went to eat breakfast. By the way, what time is it now? Do you two know? In the outside world, in a corner, a portal opened, and a figure ran out at high speed. It's over. I'm going to be late. Ice Star ran quickly, with 2 slices of bread in her mouth. A few days later, somewhere in Matakihara. We've arrived, everyone. Mommy, who was in the lead, stood outside the witch's barrier and said to the 3 of us behind her. By the way, little star, why did you bring Homura along? She isn't a magical girl, nor can she transform into an alien like you. Madoka looked at Ice Star and Homura standing together, looking confused. Because of this. Saying that, Ice Star took out that white disposable Omnitrix, changed the color to purple, and handed it to Homura. This watch can turn you into an alien just like me, but it's disposable and lasts for 10 minutes. What alien you turn into is completely random. I made it over the course of a few nights. Really, for me. Little star, I feel. I'll just be a burden. Homura lowered her head and said with some hesitation. Who said you'd be a burden? Ice Star placed both hands on Homura's shoulders and said earnestly. Homura, trust me, and please trust yourself too. You won't be a burden. If you're ever in any real danger, I'll protect you immediately. Really? Thank you, little star. After hearing this, Homura's face turned bright red, and even her voice became quieter and quieter. It seems little star and Homura have a very good relationship. Madoka smiled as she watched the two. Alright, everyone, get ready. The sooner we solve this, the sooner it ends. Mommy, on the side, also gave a little laugh, then her tone shifted, and she got down to business. Mommy and Madoka took out their soul gems, and Homura put the watch on her wrist, mimicking Ice Star's arm-raising posture. Subsequently, the soul gems of Mommy and Madoka began to shine, and they completed their transformation. Hero arrival. Hero, arrival. Both pressed their watches at the same time, and green and purple light flickered around them. Diamond Head. Ice Star transformed into a humanoid creature covered in light green crystals, with 4 crystal spikes on its back. Is this a new alien, little star? That's right, this is Diamond Head. I'm super familiar with this guy's combat record. Homura, what did you turn into? Diamond Head turned his head to look. Homura had also finished transforming. She had turned into a humanoid creature with 4 wings and 2 antennae on the back of her neck. That's right, Homura had transformed into Ice Ghost, and the Ice Ghost Homura had turned into had blue eyes, a body with purple and black colors, and the Omnitrix on her chest was white. Little star, what did I turn into? It feels a bit strange. The Ice Ghost asked in a low, hoarse voice as she looked at her hands and the wings behind her. Homura, not bad. You've turned into an Ice Ghost. I'll tell you how to use this alien. So, she began to introduce the abilities of the Ice Ghost to Homura. Is it that powerful? Then I won't be a burden to you all. The Ice Ghost said while flapping her wings. Alright, since everyone is ready, let's go. The leader, Mommy, said, and entered the witch's barrier, followed by Madoka. Ice Star and Homura looked at each other, one walked in, and the other flew in. Little star. Watch your head. At this moment, Mommy, Madoka, and Diamond Head were running on wires covered in sailor uniforms. And above them, things were restless, many desks and chairs were falling from the air, crashing toward them. Diamond Head looked up, saw the falling desks, raised his hands, and fired crystal projectiles, shattering all the desks. And Homura, who had transformed into the Ice Ghost in the air, although she didn't need to worry about falling from a great height, was flying very awkwardly. Seeing the desks falling, she was dodging left and right, completely forgetting the ability Ice Star told her about, becoming intangible. But the Ice Ghost also spat out extremely low temperature gas from her mouth from time to time, freezing the desks in the air. Is this witch so timid? Does she only know how to summon things to block us? Diamond Head looked up at the witch in the high air. High up, wearing a sailor uniform with 6 arms, it was crawling on silk threads like a spider. This was the witch to be hunted this time. Class Monitor Witch. Nature. Bystander. As they pursued, the Class Monitor Witch also summoned a large number of familiars from under her skirt to attack. The familiars of the Class Monitor Witch were girls wearing only school skirts and roller skates on their lower bodies. There was also one that was a teacher wearing a purple uniform on the upper body, but it didn't appear here. The girl familiars landed on the threads and moved quickly with their roller skates, closing in on Ice Star and the others. Watching the familiars speeding towards him, Diamond Head's hands turned into crystal blades, directly slashing at the familiars. This witch was probably a study committee member or class monitor in a school before she died, always following school rules and regulations. The appearance of these familiars is also strange. It should be because this girl always kept her head down at school, so she only saw the lower bodies of her classmates. Ice Star complained in her heart. On the side, Mommy used bandages to gather into a flintlock pistol in her hand and fired at the familiars. After the flintlock pistol was used, it turned into silk threads, and then another flintlock pistol appeared in Mammy's hand. Madoka's weapon looked like a staff, but it was actually a longbow. She placed her hand on the bowstring, and pink magic power gathered rapidly. The arrow pierced through the bodies of the familiars instantly. Just then, several familiars appeared behind Ice Star, intending to launch a sneak attack. But the very next second, they were frozen into ice blocks by a gust of cold wind and fell from the threads. Ice Star heard the commotion and turned her head to look. She saw the familiars frozen into ice blocks and the ice ghost flying behind her, and she smiled. Thank you, Homura. Being praised by Diamond Head like that, although Ice Ghost's expression didn't change, Homura's heart was already beating, thump thump, inside. No need to thank me. Ice Ghost said hoarsely. Homura. Above you. Ice Star shouted, as a large number of familiars were descending, and they were attacking Homura. Use Ice Ghost's intangibility. Hearing the reminder, Ice Ghost instantly activated her intangibility. Ice Ghost's body began to turn transparent and invisible. The girl-like familiars, whose roller skate-clad feet had just kicked Ice Ghost, passed right through her. The moment the familiars touched the intangible Ice Ghost, they began to freeze starting from their legs. In the end, all the familiars that attacked Ice Ghost were frozen into large blocks of ice without exception, falling from high in the sky. Phew, that scared me to death. Just then, the white Omnitrix symbol on Ice Ghost's chest began to flash red. Oh no. Homura's transformation time is running out. Seeing Homura's situation, Diamond Head was startled. It had dragged on for too long, he needed to end this quickly. Diamond Head decisively stomped his foot, and a crystal pillar rose up from a utility pole, starting small and becoming larger and larger as it kept rising. He looked at the class monitor witch, who was still some distance away. Mommy. Use your ribbons to throw me over. Ice Star shouted to Mommy while standing on the crystal pillar. Okay. Hearing the call, Mommy immediately shot out her ribbons, wrapping them around Diamond Head's waist. Then, Mommy grabbed the ribbons with both hands and spun around continuously. Go. Little Star. With a final burst of effort, she threw Ice Star directly toward the class monitor witch. Still a bit short. Looking at the class monitor witch, who was still a little distance away, Diamond Head clicked his tongue. Just as Diamond Head was falling, something suddenly grabbed his back, and then he flew through the air. Homura. Looking at Ice Ghost, who was carrying him as she flew, Diamond Head was pleasantly surprised. Little Star, good luck, it's all up to you. Ice Ghost said with great effort. It seemed Diamond Head was quite heavy for her. The distance is enough, Homura. Throw me over. Madoka, get ready. Ice Star shouted. Got it. X2. Ice Ghost forcefully threw Diamond Head forward. While in the air, Ice Star gathered a large amount of crystals, and his right hand transformed into a massive crystal blade. In the distance, Madoka had also finished charging her power and was ready to shoot at any moment. The class monitor witch seemed to sense the threat of death. Her 6 arms began to move, attempting to flee. Want to run? I won't let you run. Watching the class monitor witch trying to escape, Diamond Head decisively used power of time, condensed a small golden sphere in his left hand, and shot it at the class monitor witch at extreme speed. The class monitor witch, hit by the shot, had her movements instantly frozen, becoming prey ready to be slaughtered. Only 2 seconds, but that's enough to finish you off. Ice Star raised his blade and thrust it straight toward the class monitor witch. Behind him, Madoka also shot out a large number of arrows, which flew straight toward the class monitor witch. Under the dual attack, the class monitor witch finally exploded and died, dissipating along with the barrier. Congratulations, you have defeated the class monitor witch. You have gained 10,000 points. Little Star, is it over? Seeing the witch's barrier disappear, Madoka also breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, it's over. But, it looks like there's no grief seed. After searching for a while, Diamond Head discovered that no grief seed had dropped after the witch was killed. Forget it. Madoka, Mommy. Give me your soul gems, and I'll help you with purification. Ice Star said after detransforming. Okay, thanks, Little Star. Then I'll trouble you, Little Star. The two of them detransformed and handed their soul gems to Ice Star, who then activated his ability to perform the purification. Every time I see Little Star perform the purification on the soul gems, I feel so amazed, Madoka said with a smile. Meanwhile, Ice Ghost landed to the side, the Omnitrix on her chest let out a beep 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 sound, and she subsequently detransformed. After detransforming, Homura sat on the ground, panting, and the disposable Omnitrix on her right wrist fell off, turning into a cluster of data and disappearing. Phew, turning into an alien for the first time, fighting, it's so strange, and a bit tiring. Homura said, leaning against the wall and panting. It looks like Homura needs to practice more. Just as the four of them were chatting and laughing, a white light suddenly flashed into Ice Star's eyes, so fast that no one noticed. Ah! Ice Star suddenly covered his head, his eyes looking a bit dazed. Little Star, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Madoka asked with concern. Ah, I'm fine, Madoka. Just a little dizzy. I'll be fine after a rest. Ice Star shook his head and said. Since you're okay, let's head back. Mommy also called for everyone to leave. At this moment, inside the space, Sinister, who was resting with his eyes closed, sensed something. He raised his black hole head and stood up. It seems, something has broken in. Sinister said in a low voice. Then, a ball of white lightning appeared out of thin air, and the space around it was somewhat distorted. State your purpose, otherwise. Sinister pointed his dark golden greatsword at the electric ball. Don't even think about lying. Dong. Sinister emitted a huge bell toll. No, I have no malicious intent. The electric ball said in a low, electronic voice. I was originally a powerhouse in a world. Unexpectedly, I was plotted against and besieged by despicable humans. My body was severely damaged, so I abandoned my original vessel, and my soul fled into the space-time turbulence. Later, for some reason, I arrived in this world. I discovered that this youth possesses powerful energy within him, and I thought of recuperating inside him. I hope you can take me in. My strength is not what it used to be. After I recover my strength, I will definitely repay you. After listening, Sinister slowly lowered the sword pointing at the electric ball and remained silent. If you want to stay here, you can. After all, it's just one more person. At this moment, Ling floated over and said softly. Then I thank you. I must rest well now. Having said that, the electric ball floated to a corner, and the lightning on its body began to absorb the surrounding particles. Why did you help him? Hehe, I don't know. But I have a feeling he is a very powerful person, perhaps he will even be helpful to Ice Star. Fine. Sinister sat back down and continued to rest with his eyes closed. Everyone can guess who this electric ball is. In the evening, Ice Star returned to the space and discovered the electric ball in the corner. After some questioning, Ice Star agreed to let the electric ball live here. While Ice Star was browsing items in the system store, Ling suddenly floated over. Walpurgisnacht is coming. Ice Star suddenly raised his head. Has it passed so quickly without him realizing? Is Walpurgisnacht coming to Matakihara? What should I do? I don't have aliens like X-Superman, Atom Smasher, or Super Giant. Dealing with Walpurgisnacht will be difficult. Who said you had to fight Walpurgisnacht? Ling said with annoyance. Then what do you want me to do? Ice Star felt something was off. Sinister and I have arranged a foolish death plan for you. When Ice Star heard foolish death, he frowned. Then you guys, how do you want me to fake my death? Hehe, listen to me. Like this. Ling whispered and discussed it with Ice Star. Meanwhile, the electric ball in the corner, watching the youth before it, also let out a hehe laugh. Perhaps I can help him. Under the dark, cloudy sky, an inverted stage floated in the air. The surrounding architectural wreckage also floated in the air, weightless. At this moment, Ice Star had transformed into a humanoid creature with entirely black skin and a black-green coat. She had one eye, gold bolts on her body, and two slender tentacles behind her head, with things resembling sockets at the ends. The tips of each of her fingers were gold jacks. That's right, Ice Star had transformed into Electric Lizard. Just a moment ago, when Walpurgisnacht launched an attack, Ice Star transformed into Electric Lizard and, together with Mommy, helped protect Madoka and Homura from the attack. Mommy, having helped protect Madoka from a fatal blow, suffered a shattered soul gem in her head and sacrificed herself on the spot. Ice Star remained in the posture of blocking in front of Homura. Homura was still kneeling on the ground at this moment, feeling grief-stricken over Mammy's death. She looked up at Ice Star, just about to speak. But she discovered that Ice Star, having transformed into Electric Lizard, was starting to have red cracks appear from the Omnitrix symbol on her chest, which were continuously spreading across her entire body. I'm sorry. Homura. I can no longer protect you. Ice Star turned around with difficulty, the red cracks on her body growing more numerous, yet she still trudged toward Homura, step by step. No. Don't, little star, don't you leave too. Homura's eyes widened instantly, her pupils trembling, and she spoke with a choked, desperate voice. Senior Mommy was already dead, don't let little star die too. Hehe, don't cry. Homura. I'm just a little tired. Sorry, I promised to always protect you. In the end, I broke my promise. Electric Lizard's body began to disintegrate from the edges. Electric Lizard suddenly collapsed weakly in front of Homura and reached out to stroke Homura's head. I'm sorry. Homura, forgive me. I have no. As she went on, her voice grew weaker and weaker, and finally, Electric Lizard turned into ashes. The Omnitrix on her chest also turned black in the middle, no longer glowing. The Omnitrix symbol fell in front of Homura, and Ice Star never appeared again. Homura trembled as she picked up the blackened Omnitrix symbol, tears dripping down involuntarily. Well then, I'm going. Madoka stood up slowly, gently comforting Homura. But Homura knew what Madoka's words meant. Why? Senior Mommy, and Little Star, are both dead. Homura looked at Mammy's corpse and the Omnitrix symbol in her hand, feeling somewhat desperate. That's why I have to go. Madoka looked at the inverted figure in the sky. Because I'm the only one who can stop Walpurgisnacht. It's impossible. One person cannot defeat that thing. Madoka Kanami will die. Homura said, somewhat hysterically. Even so, I am a magical girl. I cannot not go and protect everyone. Madoka's eyes were filled with determination. Homura, however, was already in despair. She rested her hands on her legs, tears dripping onto her glasses one by one. Hey, run away, because there's no other way. No one will hate Madoka. Madoka turned back and gave Homura a smile. Homura, I'm very happy to have become friends with you. I caught up when you were attacked by the witch. Until now, I am proud of that too. Hearing this, Homura raised her head and looked at Madoka. So I think, it's great that I could become a magical girl. Madoka. Hearing the words that sounded like a final testament, Homura looked at Madoka, her pupils trembling continuously. Sayonara, Homura-chan. Take care. After speaking, Madoka leapt up, facing Walpurgisnacht in the sky. No. Don't go. Madoka. Watching Madoka leave, Homura could only let out a desperate cry. Why, even though you knew you would die, rather than saving someone like me? It began to rain in the sky. Amidst the ruins, Madoka Kanami lay on the ground, no longer breathing. The ground was covered in purple water, which washed over Madoka's lifeless body, and Homura lay on top of Madoka, crying. I clearly hoped more for you to live on. Homura cried bitterly on Madoka, while also gripping the Omnitrix symbol on her right hand tightly. Madoka and Little Star both died because of her, and she could only watch from the sidelines. Were those words sincere? Akemi Homura. People circle all but upper left quadrant filled circle all but upper left quadrant filled people. On a rock nearby, QB looked down at the weeping Homura from a high vantage point. Are you willing to bet your soul for that wish? If you have a wish you want to fulfill even if it means accepting the fate of battle, I can lend you a hand. QB said with an expressionless face. Hearing QB's words, Homura looked up sharply, looking at QB up high. If I make a contract with you, can any wish be fulfilled? As if seeing hope, Homura asked QB. I believe so. You seem to have that kind of qualification as well. Try telling me. What kind of prayer will you use to make your soul gem shine? People circle all but upper left quadrant filled circle all but upper left quadrant filled people. QB's two ruby-like eyes stared at Homura and asked. Homura took off her glasses, wiped the tears from her eyes with her hand, and put them back on. I want to meet classmate Bingxing and Madoka Kanami again. Not as the me who is protected by them, but I want to be the me who protects them. Homura said to QB with a firm tone. People circle all but upper left quadrant filled circle all but upper left quadrant filled people. At this moment, Homura felt a sharp pain hit her chest, and then a purple point of light flew out from her chest. The contract is established. Your prayer has surpassed entropy. Come, try releasing it. That new power. Homura opened her eyes and grabbed the purple point of light in front of her. Then, magic was activated. Something resembling a shield began to operate. Second timeline, start. Where is this? Opening her eyes, Homura got up and found that she had returned to the hospital. I have not been discharged yet. Homura looked around, checked the calendar and the enrollment documents on the table. At this moment, Homura opened her palm and found that there were two more things in her hand. They were the soul gem obtained when making the wish with QB and the blackened Omnitrix symbol. Not a dream. Then, please introduce yourself. The teacher said enthusiastically to Homura. My name is Akemi Homura, please take care of me. Homura introduced herself familiarly. After writing her name on the blackboard and amidst the teacher's words, Homura found a seat and started listening to the lesson. When class was over, Homura felt a bit confused. Why did only she come? Where did Little Star go? After writing her name on the blackboard again, Homura went down and found a seat to sit. When class was over, Homura found Madoka. Madoka Kanami, I want to ask, where is classmate Bingxing? Homura grabbed Madoka's hand and asked with full expectation. What is classmate Akemi Homura talking about? Who is that? Madoka asked with a confused face. Madoka Kanami doesn't know. It's that white-haired boy. He is a transfer student just like me. Homura asked again, unwilling to give up. I don't know. Sayaka, do you know? Madoka asked Sayaka on the side. I don't know. There is no classmate named in our class. Besides, you are the only transfer student. What did you say? Meanwhile, within the space, having cancelled her transformation, got up from the ground. How was it? How was the acting? It wasn't a waste of several weeks of practice, was it? Gestured towards Ling, who was standing to the side. Not bad, not bad. It was so good I almost want to get you an Oscar, Ling praised. Alright, back to the point. What was the purpose of making me fake my death? Said, hands on her hips, her expression serious. As for that, Ling's tone also became serious. That girl named Akemi Homura used a type of power to cycle back to the past. Sinister said, holding a QB in his hand and playing with it. Ahem, From now on, you will be staying here for a long time. Exactly how long? I don't know either. Sinister and I will act as your mentors and coaches to train your abilities. I will train you in the use of alien heroes' abilities, and I will also simulate some scenarios so you can become more proficient in using these alien abilities. And Sinister will train you in the power of time, so you can master it faster. Sinister, who was to the side, nodded upon hearing this. Also, your physique is poor, and your hand-to-hand combat is not very good either, you rely too much on your abilities. Once you lose your abilities, you are just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Therefore, I have also arranged devilish training for you, to let you. However, before Ling could finish, a voice interrupted him. Let me teach her about her physique and combat. The electric orb floated over and came in front of You. Teach me martial arts. Was somewhat incredulous. You have to know that ever since this electric orb arrived here, it hadn't spoken a word, just constantly absorbing something in the corner. At first, was curious about what it was doing, but after a few weeks with nothing happening, she stopped asking. Of course, after so many days, although I haven't fully recovered, my power has restored to 30 or 40%, which is enough to teach you. I used to be a teacher at Monster School, and at the same time, I was a creator god and the leader of the Undead Empire. Wait. What teacher, creator god, undead? Who exactly are you? Why does it feel so familiar? The more listened, the more confused she became, while at the same time, a feeling of familiarity welled up in her heart. Hey, that's true. After such a long time, it is time for you to know my identity. Then, the electric orb began to emit white particles. These particles began to spread in an organized and shaped manner, the light orb in the center flickered continuously, and bursts of lightning spread around it. Eventually, the particles and lightning formed a human silhouette, but this silhouette was very strange. Wait, you wouldn't be. Suddenly thought of something and blurted out. The next second, the particles dispersed and then instantly gathered. A figure covered in lightning appeared in the air. And the second this person appeared, almost screamed. She saw that he was wearing a cyan blue shirt, a pair of purple blue pants, and a pair of gray-black shoes. He had brown hair and brown skin. His entire body was composed of cubes. He slowly raised his right hand. In the space, a white pixel sword flew over while spinning. As the sword spun over, white lightning coiled around it. Clang! And the moment he grabbed the sword, he opened his eyes. Just as expected, his eyes had no pupils and emitted a strong white light. Turn off the BGM. Turned her head and shouted at Ling. Ling, having been shouted at, quickly turned off the BGM of Cloud Palace fast music. This isn't Black Myth. Wukong, playing this made me think we were about to fight a boss. Complained wildly in her heart, but she admitted that she was indeed scared just now. Who is this? It's him. The king in Minecraft. I didn't expect him to be here. The blocky person in the air slowly landed on the ground. My name is Herobrine, the leader of the undead tribe, and I am also the god representing creation, destruction, and despair. Thank you for taking me in, only then did my body and soul stabilize. Otherwise, I would still be wandering in the space-time turbulence right now. Herobrine rested the sword behind his back and said with his eyes closed. Right. That's a good name. Let me be your training instructor. Herobrine said, pointing his sword at But at the same time, you must be mentally prepared. Because, my training is not for fun. After finishing, Herobrine lowered the sword that was pointing at Ice Star and slowly stood to the side. Finally, after some discussion, the following arrangements were finalized. Ling, responsible for training my alien hero's proficiency and arranging some simulation training for me. Sinister, training my power of time and improving my time level. Herobrine, responsible for my physical conditioning and combat training. But he told me to be mentally prepared. Thus, Ice Star's devilish training was about to begin. Meanwhile, inside the class monitor witch's barrier. Senior Mommy, now's the chance. Madoka shouted towards Mommy. Okay. Mommy whipped her ribbons into the air, and they split into several segments, binding the threads hanging close around them, finally connecting into a path made of ribbons. Classmate Akemi, please. Ah, yes. Homura got off the threads and stepped onto the ribbons. At this moment, Homura had changed into her magical girl outfit. Unlike the original work, she was wearing a black pendant. That pendant was exactly the Omnitrix. Landing on the ribbons, the shield on Homura's left hand immediately activated, and the surrounding time was instantly stopped. Homura stumbled as she ran towards the class monitor witch. When she was about to reach it, Homura took something out from under the shield and pressed it. Finally, she leapt up and threw the thing into the class monitor witch's skirt. Finally, the shield stopped operating. Time flowed again. Bang! A huge explosion came from behind Homura. The class monitor witch was burned to ashes in the explosion. Homura, who was falling, was caught by a platform made of ribbons and finally landed slowly. Did I succeed? I succeeded. She had successfully defeated the witch. Success. Madoka suddenly lunged over, hugging Homura excitedly. Well done. Mommy smiled gratifyingly from behind. So amazing. Homura. Looking at Madoka, who was hugging her excitedly, Homura also smiled slightly. But looking down at the Omnitrix, her mood became slightly downcast. Little Star, where are you? Puff. Ice Star clutched the bleeding wound on her abdomen, knelt on one knee, and used her iron sword to support herself, the sweet, metallic taste of blood instantly filling her mouth. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out. So strong. As expected of my king. Just at 3 or 4% power, and he's already beaten me to this state. Ice Star looked up at Herobrine before her. Herobrine stood with his hands behind his back, not holding any weapon. Not long ago, Ice Star had begun Herobrine's training, and Herobrine had sealed away her Omnitrix and other abilities. Then, Herobrine altered the surrounding environment, instantly transforming it into the plains of Minecraft, complete with trees, lakes, and some small animals. Herobrine took out an iron sword, threw it in front of Ice Star, and signaled for her to pick it up. He stood there empty-handed. I shall grant you 5 moves. Let me see what you are made of. Herobrine beckoned with his hand. Ice Star's 5 moves were all parried by Herobrine with just one hand. Once the 5 moves were over, Ice Star was brutally beaten by Herobrine. Cough, cough. Ice Star used her sword to support herself as she stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Herobrine brought out both hands, and lightning crackled on them. Zoom. He flashed in front of Ice Star and struck her face with a lightning-charged punch. Then came a spinning uppercut, followed by a flash kick. Ice Star was knocked back, but at that moment, Herobrine appeared directly behind her and landed another lightning punch, striking her right in the waist. Crack. The sound of breaking bones echoed through the surroundings. Puff. Ah. Uck. The heavy punch to her back left Ice Star's head spinning. But relying on her 6th sense, Ice Star quickly tilted her head backward. Bang. The second after Ice Star leaned her head back, Herobrine's lightning-charged right fist whistled past her cheek with lightning speed. Herobrine felt a hint of surprise. He didn't expect Ice Star to actually dodge it. Ice Star immediately swung her iron sword at Herobrine, but she was at the end of her rope. Herobrine knocked the iron sword away with one hand and then struck her chest with another punch. Crack. Ice Star's ribs were broken. The immense power of that punch sent Ice Star flying backward, colliding with an oak tree and shattering a block of it. You are still too weak. However, the fact that you were able to dodge my punch just now did surprise me, but only slightly. Herobrine offered a slight compliment. He casually took out an enchanted golden apple and a bottle of regeneration potion, then walked toward Ice Star. He placed the enchanted golden apple into Ice Star's mouth and poured in a mouthful of the regeneration potion. The pink liquid slid down her throat along with the enchanted golden apple into her stomach. After a few seconds, the wounds on Ice Star's body healed rapidly, and she slowly regained her senses. Since you've recovered, get up quickly and continue with my next training. Herobrine turned around and said to Ice Star. Oh. Ice Star replied weakly. As expected of my king, he is truly formidable. Moreover, this was a king who hadn't even restored his full strength. Herobrine's next training session began. After being beaten for a full 12 hours, the next training item finally started. Ice Star was blindfolded and stood on the ground, surrounded by dispensers. This training, Herobrine would randomly press buttons on dispensers in random locations, shooting arrows from them, and Ice Star needed to dodge these arrows while blindfolded. But is Herobrine human? No, he is a god. When he pressed the button of one dispenser, he instantly flashed to the next one and pressed its button. Consequently, in less than 10 minutes, Ice Star was shot into a hedgehog. Though some arrows were stuck in the ground, those were the ones Ice Star had dodged. What a miserable ordeal. Did my king treat those monster students like this when he was a teacher at monster school? Ice Star complained wildly in her heart. Not bad, you actually dodged a few. I underestimated you. Herobrine flew in front of Ice Star and snapped his fingers. The arrows on Ice Star's body, along with her wounds, all vanished. I will slow down the speed this time and see if you can keep up. Sure enough, as Herobrine expected, when he slowed down the arrow shooting speed, Ice Star managed to dodge some of the arrows, though she still took a few hits. I can only say you are barely passable, but you still need to continue strengthening your training. Ice Star ran continuously on sand filled with pressure plates, because underneath the sand was TNT. Run faster, there's parkour ahead. Herobrine kindly reminded her. As a result, she didn't jump steadily and went down with the TNT. Boom. The sound of TNT exploding followed. The subsequent training was relatively simple. Continuously practicing punching, kicking, and other movements, holding a sword to practice the swordsmanship Herobrine taught her, and training to dodge any attacks. There was also training for damage resistance and resistance improvement. Simply put, putting her in the nether or on a snowy mountain, or placing her in a space and afflicting her with negative buffs like blindness, poison, weakness, mining fatigue, wither, hunger, slowness, etc., and even occasionally throwing some instant damage potions. Since Ice Star is not a Minecraft human, she can feel heat and cold, and those potions and negative buffs were also a form of torture for her. To sum it up, Herobrine's training was about hovering on the line between life and death to break through limits and strengthen oneself. After more than 10 hours, Herobrine's training ended, and Ice Star was crawling on the ground. It seems, his training is over. It's time for my training. A heavy voice came. Instantly, Ice Star's exhausted body was restored to its original state. Looking up, Sinister was already standing there, as if he had been there for a while. Your power of time is very weak, so my training is not some child's play. Just as Ice Star wanted to ask about the training content, she suddenly realized she couldn't move. Everything around her had turned colorless, and there was no sound or movement. When did he use time stop? Ice Star was somewhat shocked. Although she had the power of time, it was only at LV1, so she could only move her eyes and other parts. In the distance, a dark golden dagger suddenly appeared in Sinister's hand. With a wave of his hand, the dagger flew toward Ice Star instantly. My training content is very simple. In my time-stopped world, everything is frozen except for me and this dagger. And this golden dagger, every once in a while, it will pierce through your body, but when it pierces your body, you have a split second to move, but it is only for a short while. Sinister gestured lightly with his hand. So, until you can move freely within my domain, and can easily dodge this dagger's attack, you pass. Don't worry. I have frozen everything, including time, so you have enough time to pass my goal. After speaking, the golden dagger rapidly stabbed toward Ice Star's chest. Are you kidding me? Ice Star widened her eyes, watching the golden dagger getting closer and closer, and subconsciously closed her eyes. Ha! Meanwhile, in the hospital, Homura opened her eyes and woke up from the hospital bed again. Third loop, initiate. Looking at everything familiar around her, Homura sat up and put on her glasses. I have to tell them. Everyone has been deceived by QB. Time and time again. Over and over. Without knowing how much time had passed. With a shua, Ice Star leapt up, dodging the incoming golden blade. However, due to her insufficient speed, a golden gash was sliced into her arm. But after the golden gash appeared, it began to heal slowly. Ice Star could now move within Sinister's time stop and dodge the piercing wounds from the golden blades. However, she still occasionally failed to evade the blades' extreme speed, resulting in minor cuts. As time passed, Ice Star discovered that Sinister's golden blades moved with a certain rhythm and pattern. One slow blade, followed by 2 consecutive fast blades, and then a spinning blade. So, Ice Star began to dodge rhythmically as well. Congratulations. Power of Time LV.1 Right pointing arrow Power of Time LV.2. Your power of time has grown stronger and more mysterious. Just as Ice Star was about to dodge, the time stop was lifted, and everything returned to normal. Not bad, you adapted so quickly. Sinister clapped his hands. But, it's not much. For now, you can move freely, in this low stage. Forget it. I'll give you a hand. After saying that, Sinister pointed his finger, and a surge of golden energy shot directly into Ice Star's golden pupils. Power of Time LV.2 Right pointing arrow Power of Time LV.3, Power of Time LV.3 Right pointing arrow 4. After the absorption, Ice Star covered her eyes and took a step back. What are you doing? Hee hee. Now your power of time is more or less the same as that clockwork, who has a small part of me. But, you currently possess the power of time, yet don't know how to use it. So, compared to him, you are still far off. Sinister then turned around and waved his hand at Ice Star. Never mind, you may go. My training ends here for now. Ice Star rubbed her head, looking at the power of time LV.4 on her panel. She took a deep breath, and then, thrum, 2 golden magic circles suddenly appeared on Ice Star's hands. Then, Ice Star used her ability to condense 2 golden energy spheres in her hands. She merged them into a large one and threw it toward Sinister. Sinister also felt the energy behind him. Turning his head, he saw a golden energy sphere flying toward him. Sinister was slightly surprised but caught the attack casually. It seems I underestimated you. Crushing the golden sphere, Sinister looked at Ice Star floating in the air. I cannot see through your potential. I take back what I said. After finishing, Sinister vanished instantly. The golden light around Ice Star dissipated, and she slowly descended from the air. Then, she turned to find Ling. Arriving at Ling's location, Ice Star found a massive device. You're finally here. Ling's ball of light flew directly in front of Ice Star, almost pressing against her face. Yeah, I'm here. So, what is this? You'll know once you go inside. Ice Star stepped into the device. It began to operate, and bright lights flashed. After being hit by 2 beams of light, Ice Star's consciousness began to blur, and she closed her eyes while standing. When she opened her eyes again, Ice Star was in the middle of a starry sky. It was endless in all directions. Alright, Ling, can you explain to me what this is for? Ice Star shouted to herself. No response. Is anyone there? Hello. Still no response. Oh, look. Someone has arrived. A gentle female voice came from behind Ice Star. Ice Star frowned and looked back. 2 giant human faces appeared before her. Hee hee, I didn't expect you to finally arrive. One of the green faces said, curling its lip at the other green face. Ling, did you throw me directly into X-Superman? Ice Star screamed inwardly. That's right. I spent quite some effort to create this simulation of X-Superman's interior. My training for you is to communicate well with the 2 personalities and build a good relationship. Because the contents of this simulation will be preserved once you obtain X-Superman. So, Ice Star, you must communicate well with them and not cause any trouble. If something goes wrong then, don't blame me. Ice Star thought about it and realized it was true. She had to establish a good relationship with the 2 personalities first. Because she didn't want to end up like Ben Tennyson, whose recklessness led to excessively long decision-making times and a poor relationship with the 2 personalities. Or like Albedo, who used X-Superman only to end up trapped inside for a year. Ah, hello you two. May I ask who you are? Ice Star asked politely. I am Serena, the voice of love and compassion. I am Bellicus, the voice of rage and aggression. And you are the voice of reason, Bellicus said to Ice Star. Hello, both of you. My name is Ice Star. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ice Star greeted them politely. What a gentle child, Serena looked at Ice Star with a smile. Humph, what use is being gentle? Just like you, Bellicus said with a cold snort. You're too rude, Bellicus, Serena reproached him. While Bellicus and Serena were arguing, Ling's voice echoed in Ice Star's head. Ice Star, I'm giving you a task. I'll simulate a mission, and you must convince Bellicus and Serena to complete it perfectly. Then, Ice Star saw a bright green planet appear, and information about this planet was transmitted into her mind. This planet was originally a beautiful and peaceful world where its people lived happily. However, because of its abundant resources, it suffered attacks and invasions from other planets. Now, the people on this planet live in misery and hardship, constantly oppressed and bullied by the invaders. Looking at the planet, she noticed that the bright green world was no longer as radiant as before. Instead, it had become dim, riddled with red dots of light. This planet is being invaded, Ice Star said. Oh, I'm so sad. Countless lives will perish because of this, Serena said in a sorrowful tone. Humph. I say this planet is beyond saving. We might as well just destroy it, Bellicus said, completely disregarding Serena's sadness. That is exactly your problem, Bellicus. You are too reckless and blunt. Serena criticized Bellicus. Still better than you. While Bellicus and Serena quarreled, Ice Star was thinking. Ahem, could you two stop for a moment? I've thought of a very good plan that can solve this problem. The two green faces looked at Ice Star simultaneously. Oh, let's hear it, little genius. Let's see if your plan can interest me. Bellicus looked at Ice Star with a smile, anticipating her answer. Little Ice Star, I would love to hear your suggestion. I hope you won't disappoint me. Serena also looked at Ice Star with great expectation. We can do this. Ice Star told the two of them her plan, then watched them nervously after she finished. I hope nothing goes wrong. This plan. Bellicus was the first to speak. Seeing his furrowed brow, Ice Star began to feel a sense of dread. It's quite good. I like it. You've really opened my eyes, little genius, Bellicus replied with a smile. Though it has some flaws, overall, I also think it's very good. It's a fine plan, little Ice Star. I'm starting to like you, Serena said dotingly. Agreed. Agreed. A flash of white light passed, and Ice Star sensed Ling's voice. Ice Star, that was amazing. How did you do it? The decision was finalized so quickly. I thought it would take you a long time. Ling's voice was very excited, as if seeing something incredible. So, did I pass? Can you let me out now? You passed, but I don't want to let you leave just yet. Ice Star, who had originally breathed a sigh of relief, frowned in the next second. What do you mean? Don't tell me you're keeping me here. Yes, I want you to stay here for a while. Because I want you to become completely familiar and on good terms with the two personalities, Serena and Bellicus. This will benefit your future development. That's all I'll say. Hanging up now. I'm going to play with Black Hole Head and Old Bye. See you later, Ice Star. Ling, you jerk. Ice Star was about to curse, but Ling had already cut the connection. Sigh. I give up. Little Ice Star, the problem has been solved. Why aren't you leaving? Serena asked in confusion. Well, how should I put this? I might have to stay with you two for quite a while, Ice Star said awkwardly. In other words, you can't leave for a while. Actually, that's fine. We've been debating here for so long. We've been hoping for someone to join us, Bellicus said with a wicked smile, looking at Ice Star. Don't worry. As members of the outer heaven celestial race, the thing we lack least is time. Alright then, little Ice Star. It seems you'll be staying with the two of us. Ice Star at this moment. What a disaster. Meanwhile, Senior Mommy Tomo. At this moment, Homura was bound in place by yellow bandages. Meanwhile, Mammy's hands trembled as she held her flintlock pistol, pointing the muzzle at Homura with tears streaming down her face. If soul gems give birth to witches, then doesn't everyone have no choice but to die? You too, and me too. Mommy raised her gun, preparing to fire. Stop. Whoosh. A pink arrow streaked through the air, striking the soul gem on Mammy's head. Crack. Mammy's soul gem shattered. Ah. The light faded from Mammy's eyes. A split second before she fell, the bullet in her flintlock pistol was fired. Unlike in the original story, the bullet did not veer off course, it flew straight toward Homura. No. Homura closed her eyes in despair. At that moment, the Omnitrix symbol on Homura's pendant instantly glowed green. Then, light green crystals appeared, quickly blocking the bullet in front of Homura. The moment the bullet was blocked, the light green crystals vanished, and the Omnitrix symbol turned black again. It happened in a mere instant. Madoka in the distance didn't see it, but Homura saw it clearly. Little Star, was it you who protected me? Homura looked down at the Omnitrix symbol, her heart filled with confusion as well as gratitude and longing. She hadn't expected that Madoka and Little Star would save her again. No. I've had enough of this. Not far away, Madoka knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly, clearly unable to accept this reality. Homura walked over to Madoka and knelt down to comfort her. It's okay. Let's do our best together. We'll defeat Walpurgisnacht, okay. Madoka looked up at Homura and gave a choked, Homura responded with a smile, though tears overflowed from her eyes as well. Little Star. I miss you so much. Meanwhile, it's about time. Let's bring her back. Ling floated over to the simulation device and began to operate it. At this time, Ice Star was chatting with Serena and Bellicus within the space. After what felt like several years to Ice Star, she had become very familiar with the two personalities. Whenever Bellicus and Serena were about to argue, Ice Star would always help resolve the conflict. Consequently, she earned Bellicus's recognition and praise, as well as Serena's unique doting and care. Once, Ice Star accidentally called Serena, Big Sister. Instead of being annoyed, Serena found it quite pleasant. Seeing her body gradually become transparent, Ice Star was panicked at first. However, when Ling told her she was going back, she felt relieved but also a bit reluctant to leave. It seems you're leaving, Ice Star, Bellicus noted, sensing the situation. Yes, I'm leaving. I'm glad I could talk with both of you for so long. Please excuse me. Once I have his DNA, I'll come back. Little Ice Star, time flies so fast. You're leaving already. Big Sister is going to miss you, Serena said in a dejected tone. Sigh, there's no other way. I'm sorry, you too. Goodbye. With that, Ice Star vanished. Alright, the one representing reason has left. Now it's just the two of us, Serena, Bellicus said fiercely. Fine. How long do you plan to debate with me this time? Serena replied, not backing down at all. And so, the two began their debating and arguing once again. Inside the device, Ice Star opened her eyes. She looked at her familiar surroundings and that ball of light. Ice Star, not bad. It's only been an hour, and you've made such great progress. An hour. I feel like I've been in there for years. Ice Star exclaimed in confusion and surprise. It might be because of the device, it slowed down your perception of time. But it's not entirely useless. Look how happily you chatted with those two personalities. Once you have X-Superman, you might be able to make decisions instantly, Ling said happily, ignoring Ice Star's complaints. Hey. So, I spent years in there, and you're telling me only an hour has passed. Ice Star crossed her arms, looking exhausted. Alright, it's actually my fault for tricking you into staying in there for so long. How about I give you a gift as a reward and compensation for this simulation? Seeing Ice Star like this, Ling felt a bit sorry for her. What are you going to give me? Come here, I'll give it to you. Ice Star walked over to Ling, who began operating a panel that appeared in front of him. As Ling operated it, Ice Star noticed her Omnitrix beginning to change. The Omnitrix symbol began to turn blue, then started flashing green. Then the Omnitrix began to shrink, eventually becoming the size of a normal watch. The calibrated Omnitrix was born. This is, the calibrated Omnitrix. You unlocked it for me just like that. Ice Star froze for a moment, then looked at Ling. Consider this free upgrade for your Omnitrix as compensation. Now, only, Ultimate Evolution, remains locked. If you want, Ultimate Evolution, you'll have to use points to upgrade it. Ultimate Evolution. Fine, of course it requires points. Now that you've finished your communication, I had Sinister go check on that girl named Akemi Homura. She's already on her fourth loop. The fourth loop. Alright. It looks like I need to speed up too. I can't delay for too long, Ice Star mused. Enough talk. Follow me to the simulation environment to train your mastery of the alien heroes. A portal appeared behind Ling, and he floated inside. Ice Star followed him into the portal. Ling's training involved making Ice Star fully proficient in using each alien hero, knowing their weaknesses, and learning about them. Ling also gave Ice Star combat experience, which Ice Star enjoyed, as fighting with alien heroes was exhilarating and helped her gain proficiency. And so, Ice Star's triple training officially began. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Homura got out of bed, picked up the glasses from the table beside her, and put them on. No one will believe in the future. No one can accept the future. Homura took off her glasses and used her soul gem to restore her vision. At the same time, she untied the purple ribbons from her braided twin tails, her long black hair fluttering in the air. At this moment, Homura's eyes were filled with determination. I will definitely save you. Madoka. And also. Homura looked at the Omnitrix symbol on her neck. In the long river of time. I will definitely find you. Little star. Homura's voice was devoid of emotion, the only thing present, was absolute resolve. Are you ready? Remember, this is my final trial. If you fail, the consequences will be more than you can bear. Come, Herobrine, I'm ready. I'm different now. Ice Star pointed her iron sword at him. Good. Then let me see if you can amaze me after such a long period of training. With that, Herobrine reached out his hand. Whoosh. Ice Star closed her eyes and stepped aside, dodging the spinning diamond pickaxe. Clang. The diamond pickaxe flew back into Herobrine's hand with a sharp ring. I shall use this weapon to battle you once more. Let me see what you're made of. As soon as he finished speaking, Herobrine flashed forward, instantly appearing before Ice Star and swinging the pickaxe down. Clang! Ice Star immediately raised her sword to block, the iron sword and diamond pickaxe letting out a screeching sound. Ice Star forcefully pushed the diamond pickaxe away and thrust her sword forward. Herobrine quickly teleported behind Ice Star and delivered a horizontal sweep with his pickaxe. The moment Ice Star sensed something was wrong, she quickly blocked behind her with the iron sword. Just a bit more, just a tiny bit. The tip of the diamond pickaxe would have pierced Ice Star's flesh. Ice Star kicked Herobrine to push him back and create some distance, allowing her to catch her breath. But just as she took a breath, Herobrine threw the diamond pickaxe toward her in a spinning motion. Ice Star immediately bent over to dodge, the diamond pickaxe grazing the tip of her nose as it passed. Seizing the opportunity, Ice Star grabbed the handle of the diamond pickaxe, holding it firm, and then used all her strength. A gift for you. Ice Star threw the diamond pickaxe directly back at Herobrine, its rotation even faster, appearing almost instantly. Herobrine's bright white eyes suddenly widened, and he caught the diamond pickaxe with his bare hands. However, the force was so great that he slid back several meters before coming to a stop. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. You excite me. Then, I shall use some of my true power. After saying that, Herobrine erupted with a powerful aura and touched the ground with his left hand. Rise. Herobrine then forcefully lifted his hand. Rumble. Countless ground spikes made of obsidian erupted from the earth, rushing toward Ice Star. Ice Star was startled, she hadn't expected Herobrine to use this move. As an obsidian pillar lunged at her, she immediately jumped up and stood sideways on the pillar, and then she dodged by jumping from one to another. But soon, Ice Star realized these obsidian pillars were forming a cage-like structure, intending to trap her inside. In this situation, however, Ice Star began to think calmly, observing the surrounding terrain. There's an opening. Ice Star spotted a small gap at the top right above her. The moment an obsidian pillar emerged, Ice Star stepped on it, gave a forceful kick, and escaped just a second before the area was sealed by obsidian. Not bad at all, that you could escape. I admire you. Now get ready and try this. Herobrine held the diamond pickaxe high, and instantly the sky became covered with dark clouds, filled with lightning and thunder. Lightning fell from the sky, gathering on the diamond pickaxe, and then the lightning condensed into dozens of lightning swords. Yes, you please me. Let's see how you deal with this move. A second after he spoke, all the swords flew toward Ice Star in unison. Clang, 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 clang. Ice Star slashed with her sword, breaking several of them, and then performed a backflip to dodge a few more flying at high speed. Looking at the remaining lightning swords in the air, Ice Star closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Go! Ice Star threw her iron sword out in a spinning arc. The iron sword traveled in a perfect arc through the air, shattering all the incoming lightning swords. Clang! The iron sword flew back into Ice Star's hand once again. Herobrine lowered his raised hand, and then, whoosh! Clang! Herobrine instantly flashed from the air directly in front of Ice Star, who was quick-witted enough to block the attack immediately. Clang! 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 The sounds of the iron sword and diamond pickaxe clashing rose and fell one after another. Thud! Lightning sparked from Herobrine's left hand as he punched Ice Star, who was blocking with her iron sword, forcing her back several meters. Next, he stomped his right foot heavily on the ground, and 3 pieces of cobblestone flew up from the earth. Herobrine spun the diamond pickaxe. Clang! 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 The 3 cobblestones smashed straight toward Ice Star. She dodged the first one by sidestepping. For the second, she found the right angle and split the cobblestone in half with her iron sword. For the third, Ice Star jumped up, stepped on the cobblestone, and with a back kick, sent the last piece flying directly back at Herobrine. Clang! Herobrine shattered the cobblestone with his pickaxe, but in the next instant, Ice Star flashed right in front of him and slashed down with her sword. Outside the barrier, Sinister and Ling watched the two of them fighting inside. Oh, you're here too. Did she pass the training and final trial you gave her? Ling asked curiously. Her mastery speed, of the power of time, exceeded my expectations, she's even stronger than that little clock. So, she passed my final trial. This youth has infinite ability, even I cannot see through her, Sinister said in a low voice. Haha, she passed my training and trials as well. She has almost maxed out the proficiency of every alien hero. She even obtained some new alien DNA from the mall I provided, though, she doesn't have the 2 strongest ones yet, Ling said meaningfully. So the summary is, as long as she passes old Bai's test, we can let her return. After all, she's been here for who knows how long. In fact, although there was activity every day in this space, time did not flow here. Because this space was independent, even time itself had no effect. By the way, Sinister. That girl named Akemi Homura, how many times has she looped now? It's already the 49th time, she still hasn't given up. Sinister said after a pause. That girl's perseverance and determination, even I feel a hint of shock. Haha, indeed. Clang. Just then, the sound of metal clashing rang out. Ice Star's iron sword had broken into two pieces, while Herobrine's diamond pickaxe had been knocked away, landing on a nearby rock. You have passed, Herobrine said solemnly. Phew. Finally. Ice Star let out a long sigh of relief. If you asked her which of the three was the hardest, Ice Star would tell you without hesitation that it was King Herobrine's, though the other two were only slightly easier. As expected of my king, even with only 30 or 40% of his power, he's still so formidable, Ice Star thought while panting. Herobrine walked over to the rock and pulled out the diamond pickaxe. Although I haven't fully recovered yet, the fact that you could fight me to this extent means you're qualified. Herobrine stroked the diamond pickaxe. This diamond pickaxe has been with me for many years, it can be considered an old friend. I'll give it to you. Having said that, Herobrine threw the diamond pickaxe to Ice Star. Ice Star caught it and looked at the diamond pickaxe in her hand. Take good care of it. My training ends here. The path ahead, you must walk it yourself. I will be watching you from the shadows. After saying this, Herobrine dissolved the barrier, walked to the side, closed his eyes, and sat down cross-legged. I must continue my recovery. Surrounded by white specks of light, Herobrine began his recovery and cultivation again. Ice Star looked at the diamond pickaxe in her hand and put it away. Obtained. God's Diamond Pickaxe X1. After a long period of training, Ice Star had undergone a complete transformation. First, with the power of time, through Sinister's training, Ice Star could now use it even more skillfully and powerfully than the future clock. Next were Purification and Ancestor of Gourmet Food. Purification had been upgraded to LV4, which could not only purify soul gems but also had major uses like regulating emotions. Ancestor of Gourmet Food had reached Advanced LV3, only one level away from God tier LV.max. Ice Star had been forced by Ling to learn cooking skills. As for her physique and combat skills, haha, under Herobrine's multifaceted training beatings, Ice Star's physique had become very strong. Regarding the Omnitrix, Ice Star had purchased or drawn some alien DNA from Ling during the training process, but the points needed for ultimate evolution were still slightly insufficient. For example, Atomics, Gravity Crab Overlord, Dust Bunny's Fairy, Water Tyrant, Spider Monkey, Alien Monster, Brainstorm, and so on. Atomics and Gravity Crab Overlord had been trained to the limit by Ice Star, becoming well-deserved T0 tier alien heroes in the Omnitrix. Among them, there were two alien heroes that were unexpected for Ice Star. They were 26th Dimension Being and Anodite. 26th Dimension Being. A tall, special alien enveloped in blue flames, with the Omnitrix symbol on its chest. Anodite. Deep purple all over with long, bright purple hair, and the Omnitrix symbol on its right shoulder. These two alien heroes were stronger than Atomics and Gravity Crab Overlord, but when Ice Star turned into them, she found that their bodies and voices were both feminine. The Anodite's chest was still a bit prominent. I wonder how Homura is doing. Ice Star said worriedly. That girl named Akemi Homura has already looped 48 times, and now it's the 49th, Ice Star, Ling reminded her. What? Homura, has she been looping for that long? Yeah. So, Ling, can you let me leave here first? Alright, it is time to let you go back. Whoosh. A flash of white light. As the white light flashed, Ice Star closed her eyes somewhat tiredly. Boundary line. Drip. 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 Raindrops fell one by one onto Ice Star's face. Ice Star slowly opened her eyes and looked at the sky. A raindrop fell into her eye. Cough, cough, cough. Ice Star slowly stood up from the cold water, clutching her head with one hand. Looking at the surrounding ruins, Ice Star slowly walked through the water and debris, the cold rain soaking her white hair. As she walked, Ice Star saw a girl lying on the ground not far away. It was only upon getting closer that she realized. It was Madoka. However, she was covered in wounds and had already stopped breathing. Ice Star squatted down to look at Madoka's corpse, sighed mournfully, turned around, and shook her head. Ling, help me. Ice Star closed her eyes and spoke in her mind. I understand, good luck. The next moment, a golden portal appeared in front of Ice Star. Don't worry. I will save all of you. After saying that, she entered the portal and left this timeline. Boundary line. Matakihara, I'm back. On a deserted street, Ice Star stretched and shouted excitedly. Now, what should I do? Oh right. I don't have a place to live. Don't tell me I have to sleep on the street. And I don't have money for food. Ice Star's excitement faded into a bit of low spirits. She couldn't possibly go get a part-time job herself. Stupid Ice Star, I knew you'd run into this situation. Here, Ling said irritably within Ice Star's inner space. Then, a golden bank card appeared in Ice Star's hand. This is a bank card with an infinite balance. Spend it however you like. You'll never run out, Ling said casually. Ice Star breathed a sigh of relief. Her system, Ling, was reliable after all. No need to work for money anymore. So, Ice Star found a place to rent and moved in, then looked at the room, very satisfied. Grumble, grumble. Ice Star's stomach let out a sound of protest. Forget it, I'll go buy groceries and cook first to fill my stomach. Ice Star went out to buy groceries. Before long, Ice Star returned carrying a bag of vegetables and meat, went to the kitchen, and started cooking. Using the ability of the ancestor of gourmet food, Ice Star very skillfully washed and chopped the vegetables. Finally, a bowl of borscht and braised lion's head meatballs were ready. Paired with white rice, that taste, it was simply delicious enough to fly. Before long, the food on the table was finished, and Ice Star let out a satisfied burp. It seems that the ancestor of gourmet food ability, although not for combat, is simply a divine skill. Looking at the dishes on the table, Ice Star skillfully placed them in the sink to wash and finally put them back. After eating and drinking her fill, Ice Star checked the time, a little past 1 o'clock, still early. Maybe she should look around Matakihara. No sooner said than done. But not on foot. With that thought, Ice Star decisively slapped the Omnitrix. Green light flashed, and Ice Star turned into a ghostly creature with a pale body, no legs, black stripes, and a single purple eye. Ghost Freak. The next second, Ice Star entered a stealth state and flew out through the door. Having turned into Ghost Freak, Ice Star first went to Matakihara school. Let's look at this problem. First, we take this side of the triangle. The math teacher was writing the solution on the blackboard. Boring math class. Ice Star, in her Ghost Freak form, said while floating in the air. Ice Star looked at two girls in the classroom, one with pink twin tails and one with short blue hair. Indeed, they were Madoka and Sayaka. Madoka was drawing, and Sayaka was studying, her head was already starting to nod off. Ice Star looked at the students in the classroom and found that Homura wasn't there. She probably hadn't arrived in this timeline yet, she'd check the hospital later. Just as Ice Star was about to leave, her body, which had just passed through the wall, stopped. Let's have some fun. Ice Star smirked and floated back into the classroom. After looking around, she saw a boy in the corner staring blankly. Ice Star gave a sneaky smile and then slipped into the boy's body. A dark purple light flashed in the boy's eyes, signifying that Ice Star had taken control of his body. Now, let the fun begin. Bang! A loud slap on the desk echoed through the classroom, startling both the students and the teacher. Everyone turned their heads to look at the boy standing up in the corner. Something's not right, 9 out of 10 things are wrong. The boy put his hands behind his back. What you're teaching, teacher, isn't right at all. Ice Star, controlling the boy, pointed at the teacher in Dintuo's tone. Then, under everyone's bewildered gazes, the boy walked straight forward, snatched the black pen from the teacher's hand, and used the blackboard eraser to wipe away all the formulas the teacher had written. Then, teacher, how does it look? The boy looked at the teacher with a face full of pride. Some of the students below were stifling laughs, because on the blackboard was a rooster drawn with a black pen, but this rooster was wearing suspenders and spinning a basketball with its wing. At this moment, the math teacher's face turned visibly red. Just as he was about to scold him, the boy pressed his finger against the teacher's forehead and poked it repeatedly. Listen to me, old man. This, pointing to the rooster, is my brother. I hope you don't show your chicken feet in front of him. After saying that, the boy turned around in front of everyone. Genie Tai Mei. He started dancing and performed an Iron Mountain lean. Ha 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 ha. The students finally couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Sayaka laughed quite heartily, and Madoka couldn't help but cover her mouth and snicker. With that, the goal was achieved. Ice Star immediately exited the boy's body and flew straight out of the building. This was simply too joyful, too much fun. Ice Star laughed and shouted in Ghost Freak's characteristic raspy voice, but no one heard her. As Ice Star left, the boy regained control of his body. He was confused at first, then puzzled to find himself at the front with his classmates laughing below. He turned his head and was startled by the drawing on the blackboard, the teacher's beet red face, and trembling hands. Finally, he looked at the black pen in his hand. Tay teacher, you, listen to my explanation, it's not like that. Boundary line. As expected, Homura isn't here. In the hospital, Ice Star wandered around but indeed found no sign of Homura. Forget it, I'm leaving. Floating to an empty corner, Ice Star deactivated her transformation. I'll just walk around. At this time, the sun was still hanging in the sky. Ice Star was walking down the street alone, bored out of her mind. Boring, walking alone, Ice Star thought as she looked up at the sky. If only I could encounter a witch to fight, she thought with her eyes closed. Ha 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 ha. Who's there? Ice Star suddenly opened her eyes and looked around. Ha 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 ha. There was another burst of loud laughter. Just as Ice Star was about to ask again, she noticed a red smiling mask floating not far away. The mask floated in the air, the smile on it eerie, as if it were mocking Ice Star. Then, the mask flew in front of Ice Star and circled around her. Ah ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The red mask let out another ear-piercing laugh and flew off into the distance the next second. Ice Star, catch up to it. That's a witch's familiar. Ling reminded her. A witch's familiar. Fine, fine, fine. I wasn't looking for you, but you came right to me. Ice Star immediately took off in pursuit. And so, the red mask fled while Ice Star chased after it. Moreover, the red mask seemed to be intentionally luring Ice Star, leading her somewhere and occasionally looking back to mock her. Eventually, they reached a dead end, and she finally caught up. However, the red mask let out an evil laugh, and the surrounding environment instantly began to change. When she opened her eyes again, Ice Star was already inside a witch's barrier. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Floating masks and ear-piercing laughter were everywhere, along with clown-like familiars laughing while performing acrobatics. The entire witch's barrier was like a circus. And right in the center was the witch. It had a twin-tailed clown head, but its face was covered in blood-red eyes. 4 masks of different colors rotated around its face, expressing joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Its body was a wooden barrel, with 4 arms waving in the air performing acrobatics, and countless pairs of tiny legs moving beneath the barrel. Clown Witch. Nature. Pleasure. The familiars walked toward Ice Star, laughing continuously, thinking about how to play with the prey before them. Hey, do you take me for a defenseless ordinary person? Unfortunately for you, I'm not. Ice Star activated the Omnitrix. It's hero time. She slammed down on the Omnitrix. Green light flashed as Ice Star's body began to grow. Her body turned reddish-brown with rocky skin, white at the top and narrow at the bottom, with a red core in the center of her chest. Gravity Crab Overlord. Don't you love to laugh? I'll give you something to laugh about. Ice Star smashed down with a fist, instantly crushing 2 clown familiars to death. Ice Star reached out and grabbed 2 mask familiars, squeezing hard until they shrieked and turned into dust. Hee hee, try this. Then, Ice Star retracted her limbs, transforming into a planet floating in the air. The next second, all the surrounding familiars uncontrollably began to orbit the Gravity Crab Overlord at high speed. After 10 seconds, Ice Star reverted to human form and waved her hand, sending the familiars flying straight at the witch herself like missiles. I've trained Gravity Crab Overlord to the absolute limit. The clown witch was enraged by the attack. Of the 4 masks rotating around its head, the one representing anger fixed itself onto its face. The clown witch leapt with its countless legs, waving its 4 arms to smash down on Ice Star. Ice Star simply raised her arm slowly, a deep purple glow appearing on her hand. Thud. Ice Star caught 2 of the clown witch's fists in each hand without the slightest effort. Is this all you've got? Just then, a clown familiar behind Ice Star ran up with a knife, intending to stab the Gravity Crab Overlord from behind. Bang! A gunshot rang out, killing the clown familiar. Ice Star turned her head and saw a familiar girl with long blonde hair, holding a smoking flintlock pistol. It was none other than Mommy Tomo. Ice Star glanced at her, then turned back to the clown witch. Grinning, she raised her hand. The clown witch floated directly into the air, stunned, not knowing why it was suddenly airborne. Then, Ice Star began to move her hands up and down repeatedly. Thud, 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 thud. The clown witch was slammed into the ground, lifted, slammed, lifted, slammed. After an unknown number of slams, the anger mask on the clown witch's face shattered. Its blood-red eyes widened in terror, and it began to crawl away as fast as it could. Oh no. It's trying to escape. Mommy shouted from behind, immediately summoning ribbons to try and trap the fleeing clown witch. Escape. Don't worry, it's not going anywhere. I say so. Ice Star raised her right hand, her palm glowing with purple light, and then pressed down hard. Boom. Not far away, the clown witch trying to escape suddenly felt a massive surge of gravity. Its speed vanished instantly, and it was crushed to the ground, its limbs splayed out as cracks formed in the floor. No matter how hard the clown witch struggled, it couldn't break free from such powerful gravity. Hey, let's see you escape now. Besides, I've only applied a third of it, Ice Star sneered. After so much training, she had already mastered the gravity crab overlord to its core. Now, finish it, Ice Star shouted to Mommy behind her. Okay. Mommy snapped out of it and jumped into the air, using her ribbons to manifest a row of flintlock pistols, holding one in her hand as well. Aiming, and then, fire. Bang 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 bang. Boom. With an explosion, the clown witch was completely obliterated. Then, the barrier began to dissipate, and a grief seed fell to the ground. Mommy stepped forward and picked up the grief seed, smiling. Then, she turned around and looked at the gravity crab overlord warily. Alright then, tell me, you're not human, are you? What is your purpose for coming to Earth? Mommy held the flintlock pistol formed from ribbons. Wait, please rest assured. I have no ill intent, and I'm not an alien. Then, she deactivated the transformation, and a white-haired youth with heterochromatic eyes appeared before Mommy. Let me introduce myself. I am Ice Star, a transfer student joining the school in this city. Then, Ice Star raised her right hand and showed her Omnitrix. The alien you just saw, I call it Gravity Crab Overlord. It's one of the many aliens inside my Omnitrix watch. I can transform into them to fight. Ice Star patiently explained to Mommy. Seeing this, Mommy relaxed her guard, and the flintlock pistol in her hand turned back into ribbons and disappeared. It seems there's been a misunderstanding, my apologies. By the way, my name is Mommy Tomo, and I attend the same school as you. So, I suppose I'm your future senior. Mommy introduced herself to Ice Star with a smile. This isn't the best place to talk. Let's leave this place. Alright, Senior Mommy Tomo. Hehe, you can just call me Mommy. Mommy and Ice Star left the area, and a white creature appeared where they had been. Strange power, an ability that doesn't belong to this universe. This youth. Before it could finish, a bolt of white lightning struck the cute cutie, instantly turning it into charcoal. HMPH, this is my warning. Don't even think about targeting her. I see, Ice Star, your watch is truly unique. On a large bridge, Mommy and Ice Star walked side by side, the two had naturally become friends. Yeah, I guess so, Ice Star nodded in agreement. So Ice Star, where do you live? Did you come here with your parents? I live alone at 4X. Ice Star's tone was a bit downcast. I don't have a father or a mother. My father passed away in a car accident years ago, and my mother left me due to illness, so I've always lived alone. Sorry. Ice Star, I didn't know you. Mommy didn't know what to say, not expecting that Ice Star was just like her, having lost her parents. She felt like slapping herself. Oh, it's fine. It was years ago. I've long since moved past those painful memories. Ice Star put her hands behind her back and said to Mommy with a smile. By the way, Mommy. What were those things? Ice Star pretended not to know and asked Mommy. Those are witches. They usually hide in barriers, luring ordinary people inside and draining their life force. And magical girls are responsible for hunting witches. Saying that, Mommy took a grief seed out of her pocket. This is a grief seed, a drop from defeating a witch. It's very important for us magical girls. Every time a magical girl uses her abilities, her soul gem gradually fills with cursed impurity, and the grief seed is used to help us absorb that impurity. I see. It sounds like you have a really tough time every day, Mommy. Just as Ice Star wanted to say something else, Mommy suddenly stopped her, looking serious. Ice Star, look around. Ice Star looked around and found that the ground and sky had taken on a familiar appearance. Guernica. And, the Starry Night. HMPH, so it's an old friend, the artist witch. Ice Star looked around, feeling somewhat nostalgic. The ground began to tremble, and finally, the familiar Arc de Triomphe stood before them. Several sketch monsters appeared and attacked them. Ice Star, watch out. It's a witch. Mommy stepped forward and took out her soul gem, preparing to transform. Mommy, you don't need to protect me. I have the power to deal with them too. With that, Ice Star activated the Omnitrix. Let's fight together, Mommy. Okay. Mommy transformed using her soul gem, while I Star slammed down on the Omnitrix at the same time. A flash of yellow and green light occurred. Mommy transformed into a magical girl, while I Star turned into an alien with a deep purple body and long, bright purple hair. Anodite. Ice Star floated in the air, speaking in a magnetic, androgynous voice leaning towards feminine. Oh my, Ice Star, you're. Looking at the anodite in the air, Mommy looked amazed. Mommy, watch closely. Then, she gathered purple energy in her hands and fired it at the sketch monsters in front of her. Rumble. Two beams of purple energy shot out, and several sketch monsters were obliterated before they could even realize what was happening. Next, Ice Star flew into the air. She gathered mana in her hands. In the next second, countless bolts of purple lightning shot from her hands. The sketch monsters on the ground were all annihilated under the powerful astronomy energy. Even the artist witch was struck by the lightning, and cracks appeared on the Arc de Triomphe. So strong. That was the only way Mommy could describe Ice Star's current state. Alright, Mommy. Let's give it the final blow. Together. Ice Star flew back to Mammy's side, pressing her hands together to charge up mana. Oh, okay. Mommy also manifested a flintlock pistol and aimed it at the witch. Bang. Swoosh. A yellow bullet and a purple mana ball shot toward the artist witch. Finally, the artist witch exploded under these attacks and dissipated. The barrier dissolved. Ice Star used telekinesis to lift the grief seed from the ground, letting it float into Mammy's hand. Here, take it. I have no use for it. Thanks. Mommy deactivated her transformation and held her soul gem, which had become somewhat clouded. Wait. Don't use it yet, I can help you. Seeing Mommy about to use the grief seed to absorb the impurity, Ice Star spoke up to stop her. You can help me remove the impurity. But isn't the only way to remove a soul gem's impurity by using a grief seed. Give me the soul gem, and you'll see. So, Mommy trustingly handed the soul gem to Ice Star. Purification. A white light shone, surrounding the soul gem. The murky impurity within Mammy's soul gem dissipated rapidly before their eyes, radiating golden light. Finally, a glittering golden soul gem appeared in Ice Star's hand. The current purification. Unlike before, the current purification could not only quickly eliminate the impurity in a soul gem but also keep it shining and free from curse contamination for several days, while even enhancing the power of magical girls. This is incredible, Ice Star. Hee, it's nothing, Mommy. Under Mammy's incredulous and shocked gaze, Ice Star returned the shining soul gem to her. Also, you can just call me Little Star from now on, Ice Star replied gently. Because Ice Star was still in her anodite form, she looked like a celestial being descending to Earth in Mammy's eyes. Little Star, can you come down? I have something to say to you. What is it, Mommy? Ice Star descended to the ground and floated in front of Mommy. Ice Star, we're friends now, right? Yeah, Mommy. Then, can you fight alongside me from now on? Can you always stay by my side? Even though we've only just met, but, Mommy said, grabbing the anodite's hands, her voice trailing off until it was inaudible. Sure, Mommy. From our conversation just now, I already considered you a friend. I'm willing to fight by your side and stay with you. Ice Star held Mammy's hands, her anodite hair drifting and floating over Mommy. I live at, my phone number is, if you have any trouble or need help in the future, you can come find me. After all, I'm your friend, Mommy. Thank you, Little Star. Thank you so much. Hearing this, Mommy let go of her hands, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and replied with a smile. Alright, it's about time. I should be heading back too. Ice Star withdrew her hands and floated into the air. Mommy, I'm going home. Goodbye. Waving her hand, Ice Star turned and flew into the sky. Mommy watched Ice Star fly further and further away, waving goodbye with a smile, and finally walked toward her home with a face full of happiness. I finally have a friend again. Mom, Dad, your daughter is no longer alone. Where to next? Home, or floating in the sky? Ice Star, still in her anodite form, pondered. How about taking a trip to Kazumino City? I remember there's a girl named Sakura Kyoko there. Whatever, I'll go. Just for some nighttime fun, maybe I'll run into her if I'm lucky. It's settled then. So, Ice Star used Ling's location tracking and flew toward Kazumino City. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Omnitrix went too far, Madoka power unleashed. Part 2. So, this is Kazumino City. In a deserted place, Ice Star transformed and looked at the city, lost in thought. Just now, while flying in the air, the system sent the rewards for defeating the Clown Witch and the Artist Witch, a total of 40,000 points and a witch tracking function added to the Omnitrix. This was quite good, finding witches would be much more convenient in the future. Gurgle. His stomach began to protest again. Whatever, I'll find a restaurant first and fill my stomach. After wandering around, Ice Star sat down in a ramen shop that seemed to have good business and looked at the menu. Boss, I'll have the tonkatsu ramen, thank you. When the ramen arrived, Ice Star picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. The taste is okay, though there are some flaws and inadequacies. Ice Star critiqued in his mind. Boss, give me a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. At that moment, a familiar voice reached Ice Star's ears. Turning his head, the noodles he had just sucked into his mouth almost slid straight down his throat, causing him to choke. The newcomer had long red hair tied with a black ribbon, wearing a light green top and shorts. She had red eyes and two faint dimples on her face. This customer was none other than Sakura Kyoko. Sakura Kyoko felt Ice Star's gaze and looked back at him, the two of them locked eyes. Sensing something was wrong, Ice Star quickly turned back and continued eating his noodles, pretending nothing had happened. Strange. Sakura Kyoko felt it was odd. Why was this boy staring at her? In that look, she could see shock and a bit of a guilty conscience. She then walked over and sat down 2 seats away from Ice Star. Ice Star admitted he had panicked for a moment upon seeing Sakura Kyoko, but he instantly regained his composure. She doesn't know me, and I don't know her. What's there to panic about? I'll just finish my noodles and leave. So Ice Star kept his head down and continued eating, while Sakura Kyoko ate her noodles beside him, occasionally looking up at him. I get the feeling there's something fishy about this guy. Sakura Kyoko whispered under her breath. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, Ice Star's Omnitrix began to flash and emit a sound. It seems there's a witch nearby. The Omnitrix making this sound meant a witch had been detected in the vicinity. Ice Star quickly shoveled the remaining noodles into his mouth, paid the bill, and ran out of the shop. While Sakura Kyoko was wondering what he was up to, she sensed the presence of a witch. She hurriedly finished her ramen, paid, and also ran out of the shop. People in the shop. Are these two alright? Following the Omnitrix's tracking, Ice Star arrived at an abandoned building and saw a witch's barrier. Let's make this quick. It's hero time. Ice Star activated the Omnitrix and pressed down. A green light flashed. Ice Star transformed into a humanoid creature made of red rock and fire. Its head was ablaze, and its red rocky skin was filled with cracks that glowed with a yellow fire. The Omnitrix symbol was on its chest. Heat blast. Haha, I haven't used you in a while. Let's get fired up. Without a moment's hesitation, Ice Star charged straight in. A second before Ice Star entered the barrier, Sakura Kyoko arrived and saw Heat Blast entering. What was that? Inside the barrier, Ice Star stood on a rock slab in the air, flying while continuously spraying massive flames from his hands to attack the witch's familiars below. Flame missiles. Ice Star fired countless fireballs from both hands, shooting them like a machine gun. Before long, the ground was covered in fire like a hellscape, and countless familiars perished in this rain of flaming meteors. He looked at the witch not far away. When the witch realized Ice Star was watching it from the air, it began to move constantly, as if trying to hide from him. It's my first time seeing such a cowardly witch. He controlled the rock slab and flew toward the witch. Seeing Ice Star flying toward it, the witch let out a desperate roar and swung its large black hands to attack him. Ice Star easily dodged by flying upward, then placed his hands in front of his chest as Heat Blast's body began to glow brighter. A gift for you, Big Bang. The next second, with Heat Blast as the center, a massive amount of fierce, compressed flames exploded outward, shining as brightly as the sun. Under the continuous high temperature and flaming impact, the witch let out screams before slowly being burned to ash and dissipating bit by bit. In the distance, Sakura Kyoko was clearing out familiars. Just as she was wondering why there were so few, a scorching shockwave hit her. If Sakura Kyoko hadn't stabbed her spear into the ground in time and gripped the handle tightly like a flag, she might have actually been blown away. As the shockwave ended, Sakura Kyoko fell to the ground with a thud, and the surrounding barrier began to dissipate. Sakura Kyoko looked up and saw the surrounding flames being absorbed into the hands of a fiery creature nearby. Afterward, Ice Star picked up the grief seed from the ground, toyed with it in his hand, and thought with a smile. The quality of this grief seed is really good, it's not even afraid of Heat Blast's high temperatures. A clicking sound was heard. Ice Star turned his head and saw Sakura Kyoko carrying her spear, running toward him with a face full of anger. Ice Star controlled the rock slab to take flight and escape the abandoned building, with Sakura Kyoko chasing after him. Stop right there. You stole my prey and made a fool of me, I'm going to take you down. Sakura Kyoko shouted as she pursued him relentlessly. Why should I stop? Besides, I'm the one who killed that prey. If you want it, come and take it if you've got the guts. In the air, Heat Blast made a laughing expression at Sakura Kyoko, provoking her. Then, he controlled the rock slab to fly away quickly into the distance. Seeing that she couldn't catch up, Sakura Kyoko had no choice but to stop, panting for breath. Just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll take you down. Sakura Kyoko shouted at Ice Star, gritting her teeth. Boundary line. The sun had set. Flying into a deserted alley, Ice Star transformed. He stopped by a convenience store to buy a drink and a bag of gummies. Then he went to the park, found a bench to sit on, finished his snacks, and threw the trash into the bin. Ling, do I have enough points to unlock the ultimate evolution function of the Omnitrix? You do. In fact, you've had enough since you arrived in Matakihara, I just didn't tell you. Fine. Open the shop. I want to buy some things. After browsing the shop for a while, Ice Star learned a new skill, telepathy, which allowed him to communicate mentally with specific people and sense the locations of those around him. It was a wide-range information gathering support skill. He also bought 3 disposable Omnitrixes and 5 enchanted golden apples. Enchanted golden apple. After consumption, it rapidly heals and restores the user while absorbing a certain amount of damage. It also increases all attributes by 50% for 5 minutes. Buying these cost Ice Star a lot of points, but even after spending them, there were more than enough points left to unlock Ultimate Evolution. Just as Ice Star was about to unlock the Ultimate Evolution function, a spear was pressed against his neck. As expected, she figured it out, Sakura Kyoko. Actually, Ice Star had sensed Sakura Kyoko's arrival earlier, but he thought she wouldn't recognize him, so he didn't pay it any mind. But looking at the result, that plan failed. Hey! You stole my prey, made me look like a fool, and even dared to taunt me. You're not getting away this time. Sakura Kyoko looked down at the white-haired boy with heterochromatic eyes. Miss. I don't know you. What prey? I have no idea. TCH, stop acting. You're that guy covered in fire. Saying this, Sakura Kyoko took a step forward, stepped onto the bench, and pointed the tip of her spear at Ice Star. How did Sakura Kyoko know? Just now, she was walking toward the park in a huff, feeling very frustrated about having her prey stolen. Then she saw Ice Star sitting on the bench and thought he looked familiar. Looking closely, wasn't this that weird guy from the restaurant? And looking even closer at the watch on his right hand, the pattern on it was exactly the same as the symbol on the chest of the guy who stole her prey. Putting it all together, Sakura Kyoko was certain Ice Star was the fire guy, so she transformed and approached him. Hey, caught. Ice Star stopped pretending and admitted it. So, what do you? Before Sakura Kyoko could finish, a green light flashed. Ghost Freak. Having turned into Ghost Freak, Ice Star instantly passed through Sakura Kyoko's body. SS's. Suddenly, Sakura Kyoko felt a wave of chill and broke into a cold sweat. She turned with a dark expression to look at Ghost Freak floating in the air. You guessed right, but there's no prize, a dark, raspy voice said. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Ice Star, a student at Matakihara School. This is useless to me anyway, here. Saying this, Ice Star took out the grief seed and threw it to Sakura Kyoko. If you want to find me, come to Matakihara. Whether you can find where I live depends on your own skill. Goodbye, girl. With that, Ghost Freak disappeared. Picking up the grief seed, Sakura Kyoko stomped her feet in anger. Ice Star. Matakihara, huh? Hey, you'd better pray I don't find you. Ultimately, Sakura Kyoko left in a huff. Boundary line. Ice Star returned home and lay straight down on his bed. Ultimate Evolution. I won't unlock it yet. I'll see if I can buy or draw some alien DNA first. After tinkering for a bit, Ice Star closed the system, lay down, and closed his eyes to sleep. I have something very important to tell everyone today. Please listen carefully. I never get tired of watching this part. In the classroom, Ice Star, transformed into Ghost Freak, floated in the air watching this female teacher who had just gone through a breakup act out. These past few days, when Ice Star wasn't eliminating witches with mommy, he was wandering around as Ghost Freak. Poor teacher, she has to break up once every timeline, and then act out in class. By the way, the male student who had been possessed by Ice Star and caused trouble in class earlier was sent home by the school to reflect his punishment. A 3-second moment of silence for that male student. Alright, next. Today I'd like to introduce a transfer student to everyone, the teacher said with a smile. I can't believe she saved this for the end. Sayaka said with an awkward smile. Meanwhile, outside the transparent classroom, a girl carrying a briefcase walked over. Well then, Akemi-san, welcome. The next second, a young girl with flowing long black hair and purple eyes stepped into the classroom. She wore the school uniform, black tights, and leather shoes, with a strange pendant around her neck and no expression on her face. Wow, so cute. Super cute. The students were buzzing with discussion, marveling at Homura's looks. Ah, a real beauty, Sayaka also turned to Madoka and exclaimed. Meanwhile, Madoka looked at Homura somewhat dazed, feeling a bit of familiarity. Hee, Homura, you've become cuter, but you've also changed. Ice Star also sighed with emotion. Just then, Ice Star noticed the pendant Homura was wearing. It looked like the Omnitrix emblem he had dropped when he fooled his death back then. I didn't expect. Homura, have you been wearing it all this time? Ice Star felt a bit of guilt in his heart. Now, please introduce yourself, the teacher asked Homura with a smile. I am Akemi Homura. Pleased to meet you, Homura replied, but her voice held no emotion, sounding like a machine. Next, the teacher wrote Homura's name on the blackboard, but Homura wrote 2 more characters under her name. Then she bowed to the students. Following that, amidst the students' applause, the teacher assigned Homura a seat. Ice Star also floated over to Homura's side, watching her. You've worked hard, Homura. Don't worry, I'm here now. This time, I'll bring the cycles to a complete end, he said, stroking Homura's head with his intangible ghost-freak hand. Homura, who was listening to the lecture, felt as if someone was touching her hair. She frowned slightly, adjusted her long hair, and continued listening. This pink-haired girl, inside her body. I feel an incredibly powerful karma. In the space, Sinister looked at Konami Madoka and said solemnly. Indeed, I see an incredibly powerful force within this girl, it's just, not yet developed. A power comparable to a god's. Herobrine also chimed in with a deep voice. Ice Star. Sinister connected to Ice Star and spoke to him. What is it, Sinister? The karma on this pink-haired girl. I have a way to help her. You can eliminate the karma on Madoka. Ice Star was shocked. He had also been troubled by the matter of Madoka's karma. He hadn't expected Sinister to be able to solve it. It's not exactly eliminating it, but I can transfer her karma. I can condense a suction black hole and place it inside this girl. This black hole won't harm her. Instead, it will absorb her karma. Once enough time has passed, I'll take it back, and by using the energy of that karma, that device will be successfully completed. So what device is it? Ice Star was curious. Solving the karma was a good thing, but what was the device? It's something Sinister and I have spent a lot of time and effort on. Now it's only a few steps away from completion. Trust me, you'll definitely like it when the time comes, Ling said mysteriously. Alright, I just hope it's not a nasty surprise, Ice Star sighed and said. Sinister manifested from Ice Star's body. Currently, he was only the size of an ordinary person and, like Ice Star, was invisible. Then, he floated behind Madoka, condensed a small black orb in his hand, and slowly let it enter Madoka's body. When the black orb entered Madoka's body, she felt her head grow heavy and her vision blurred. She held her head and shook it. After a while, the feeling vanished. Madoka felt it was a bit strange but didn't think much of it, assuming she hadn't rested well, and continued listening to the lecture. Inside Madoka's body, after the small black orb found the location of the karma, it began to crack and finally shattered, forming a black hole. Then, this black hole began to absorb the light within Madoka's body. This light was Madoka's karma. Alright, next is just waiting, it will take a bit of time. In the afternoon, during PE class, the students were doing physical fitness tests. Because of the cycles, Homura's performance in every test was perfect. However, when Homura looked at Madoka, Madoka hid behind Sayaka in fear. At that moment, inside a plant, a creature blinked its cute eyes, watching everything. Thud. But the next second, a giant black hand grabbed it and retracted into a black hole, vanishing. Inside the space, Sinister fiddled with QB's head. Once he grew bored, he tossed QB into his own black hole head, absorbing it completely. Next time, catch one for me too. I want to play with this creature properly, Herobrine said to Sinister, sitting cross-legged. Fine. At this time, Madoka and Sayaka were listening to music. Just as Madoka selected a song and put on her headphones, she had barely heard a few lines when. Save me. Madoka took off her headphones and paused in confusion, thinking she had misheard. Save me. Madoka. That cry for help came again. This time, Madoka heard it loud and clear. Madoka looked around, pricked up her ears, and listened again. Please save me. Filled with doubt, Madoka walked towards a certain direction. When Sayaka saw Madoka leaving, she took off her headphones with a confused look. She watched Madoka and, after thinking for a moment, quietly followed. Looks like they've reached that place, the plot. Ice Star watched the two leave. For this entire day, Ice Star had basically been following them in his ghost freak form. What do you plan to do? Ling asked. I can't reveal my identity to Homura yet, at least not now, Ice Star thought, making a thinking gesture with his hand. Sinister, can you reveal your true form? Ice Star suddenly slapped his head and said to Sinister. I can. Sinister replied in a deep voice. Ling, Sinister, listen to me. When the time comes, you guys. Ice Star began his plan. Who is it? Who's there? Madoka followed the voice to a floor that was still closed for renovations. Save me. Following the voice, Madoka's gaze fell upon a closed gate blocked by a fence. Click. As the gate was pushed open, Madoka looked at the dark surroundings and walked forward cautiously, asking for the source of the voice as she went. Where are you? Who are you? Save me. Finally, Madoka walked beneath a ventilation duct and looked up to find the voice coming from inside. Clang. A clattering sound came from the ventilation duct, startling Madoka and making her take a few steps back. The next second, a metal plate loosened and fell, and along with it, a white creature dropped down. Madoka was startled by the sudden appearance and fell back onto the floor, staring at the creature before her. This white creature was covered in filth and wounds, gasping for breath as if on the verge of death. That's right, it was Kyubi. Madoka stepped forward and picked up Kyubi, holding it in her arms. Were you the one calling for help? Save me. Kyubi responded, weakly. Jingle jangle. A series of iron chains dropped down, and simultaneously, a young girl appeared before Madoka. When Madoka saw clearly who was in front of her, she was somewhat surprised. Homura. At this moment, Homura had already transformed into her magical girl form, standing before Madoka with one foot resting on a pad. Get away from that thing. No expression could be seen on Homura's face. But, this child is hurt. Madoka looked at Kyubi in her arms. Being kind-hearted by nature, she held it a little tighter. No, you can't, don't do something so cruel. Madoka pulled back while holding Kyubi, clearly unwilling to hand it over to Homura. It has nothing to do with you. Homura walked forward a few steps expressionlessly. But this child is calling out to me. I heard it. It's say to save me, Madoka explained to Homura. Is that so? The two just stared at each other. Peesh. Suddenly, a cloud of white mist sprayed toward Homura. Madoka, this way. It was our fire extinguisher war god, Sayaka. Sayaka-chan. Madoka ran behind Sayaka while holding Kyubi. Sayaka sprayed for a moment longer before throwing the fire extinguisher aside and leading Madoka toward the exit. Homura used her magic to disperse the white mist. Just as she was about to give chase, the surroundings began to change. Of all times. Unexpectedly, the Rose Witch's barrier struck at this moment. Meanwhile, Sayaka and Madoka were running toward the exit. What's up with that girl? Is she doing cosplay and then playing serial killer? Also, what is that thing? It's not a doll, is it? Is it a living creature? Sayaka turned her head to ask Madoka. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I have to save this child. Madoka looked at the injured Kyubi in her arms, feeling distressed for it. Just as they reached the exit, the witch's barrier hit, and the exit vanished instantly. Where's the emergency exit? Where are we? Sayaka asked in confusion as she reached the spot where the exit had just disappeared. This place is too strange. The paths are constantly changing. Honestly, what on earth is going on? At that moment, sounds came from the surroundings. There's something there. Madoka cried out, looking toward the source of the sound. They saw countless white cotton heads with mustaches, their lower bodies consisting of a butterfly. One of the Rose Witch's familiars, Anthony. Countless familiars surrounded Sayaka and Madoka, speaking in witch language and using black scissors to snip at black thorns. You've got to be kidding. I must be having a nightmare, right? Right, Madoka. Sayaka said, clutching Madoka. Whoosh. Golden slash marks suddenly appeared on the familiars closest to the two girls. As the first golden slash appeared, similar marks showed up on most of the surrounding familiars. Then, the cracks exploded, and a large number of familiars died. This is. Huh. Just as the two were wondering what had happened, a voice came from behind them. That was dangerous, but it's okay now. A blonde girl holding a glowing gem walked over. It was none other than Mommy Tomo. Mommy didn't see those golden slash marks. Oh my, you saved QB. Mommy looked at the two with a smile. Thank you. This child is my most important friend. I was called by it. Its voice rang directly in my head. I see. Naruhodo ne. Looking at QB in Madoka's arms, Mommy gave a gratified smile. These uniforms, it seems you're also students from Matakihara. Second years. You are. Oh, that's right. It's rude not to introduce myself. Behind Mommy, black thorns erupted from the ground. But before that, let me finish a job first, shall we? Mommy held her soul gem and began her transformation. After the transformation was complete, under the shocked gazes of Madoka and Sayaka, Mommy jumped high into the air, summoning hundreds of flintlock pistols that aimed at the familiars below, and then hundreds of flintlock pistols fired simultaneously. Bullets rained down like a downpour onto the familiars, causing massive explosions. Sugoi. Madoka marveled. At this time, the surrounding barrier began to dissipate, returning everything to its original state. The surroundings, they've changed back. Sayaka discovered in amazement. Just as the two were about to celebrate, Homura suddenly appeared on a high point, looking down at the three of them. The witch has escaped. If you want to finish her off, please hurry and give chase. I'll let you have this one, Mommy said gently to Homura. What I'm looking for is. You really don't listen, do you? I mean, I'm letting you go this time. Mommy was just about to offer some well-meaning advice. Bong. A massive bell toll rang out, and the entire floor shook. Homura and Mommy managed to steady themselves, but Madoka and Sayaka fell to the ground. What's the situation this time? Sayaka said, rubbing her aching head. Homura and Mommy also looked around warily. This has never happened before. Homura felt it was extremely strange. Suddenly, several trails of golden energy drifted in, followed by a low, deep voice. I can feel your fear. You, delicious food. The surroundings began to vibrate, and golden cracks appeared on the walls. What is this now, Madoka? Sayaka clutched Madoka, terrified. Madoka also held QB tightly and shrank into Sayaka's arms. I don't know either. Is it you? Mommy looked at Homura with an exceptionally stern expression, but Homura's expression was no better, she didn't know what was happening either. Time is up. I will show you true despair. The surrounding golden light gathered in one spot, followed by a massive surge of white energy. Time stopped. Madoka and the others instantly became colorless and unable to move, but it didn't end there. Next, the entire building, the whole of Matakihara City, the entire continent, the Earth, the solar system, the Milky Way, and finally the entire universe were all paused. Bong. Time resumed. That just now was. Homura's pupils trembled. She clearly felt that the opponent was incredibly strong, perhaps, even stronger than Walpurgisnacht. Rumble. The area around Madoka and the others began to collapse. The entire floor floated in midair amidst ruins and lingering golden energy. Am I dreaming, right, Ma? Madoka. Tears began to flow from the corners of Sayaka's eyes, tears of fear. She sat paralyzed on the ground, holding Madoka with a trembling voice, wanting to stand up but finding no strength in her legs. No, that's not something from this universe. QB in Madoka's arms was also greatly shocked by the scene before it. Why did it not know about this thing? At that moment, a massive black hand reached up from below onto the floating floor. I am the god of time. I have devoured thousands of magical girls in this endless cycle. Beg for mercy before me. Now, if you dare, come and defeat me. The owner of the voice slowly emerged from the void. If you can give me joy and excitement, feel the despair. A giant black hole stared at the four of them. If you can bow to your beginning. Sinister spread his arms, standing in the void and looking down at the four of them, his body radiating powerful golden energy. Sinister took a white cube from the core of his chest and placed it on his severed right hand, a massive dark gold energy sword attached to the hand. Rumble. Swinging the great sword, Sinister looked at Madoka and the others once more. Homura stared at Sinister, cold sweat pouring down her face. Can we really leave here alive? Hee hee. Sinister looked at QB in Madoka's arms and let out a cold laugh. Ding. Another chime of a bell echoed. This time, all four of Madoka's group were sent flying, crashing against the walls or nearby objects. QB was knocked out of Madoka's arms. Madoka hit the ground and rolled several times. Her clothes were filthy, and she had scrapes in several places. You, boring creature. Sinister reached to his waist and pulled out a small device containing a black hole. I can't let him make a move, Homura thought, immediately activating her time stop. Everything around her froze and turned colorless. Just as Homura breathed a sigh of relief and tried to pull Madoka away. You think, this, can control me? Homura's eyes widened instantly. Turning around, she saw the massive golden sword already behind her, slashing down. Boom. The time stop was forcibly broken. Homura was knocked aside, nearly falling into the void. Cough, cough. Homura coughed a few times and stood up. Looking at her time shield, she found golden lightning crackling around it. Homura frowned. She tried to use time stop again, only to find she couldn't. What's happening? Impossible. While Homura was still lost in thought, she was suddenly hit by something. Then, a clock symbol appeared above Homura's head, and she became completely still. You know nothing, forget this memory, go back. Sinister snapped his fingers. A segment of memory was clipped from Homura's mind, and a golden portal appeared beneath her feet, teleporting her away. The entire process took only 3 seconds. Now, only you three are left. Sinister turned his head to look at Madoka, Sayaka, and Mami Tomo. Why do you want to kill us? Why? Sayaka asked, gathering her courage. The tear stains on her face and her trembling body betrayed her fear. Because, the time and magic power, within you, is delicious. I feed on these. I have killed, countless, magical girls. When Sinister said this, Mami's blood ran cold. Had he really, killed that many magical girls? Now, Sinister looked at QB and reached out with 2 fingers to grab it. No. Madoka struggled to crawl up from the ground, but the injury on her leg caused her to fall again. She looked up in despair as QB was about to be taken. At that moment, countless bandages swept in, wrapping around Sinister's 2 fingers, followed by a barrage of bullets. Quick, now. To the side, Mami pulled hard on the bandages while continuously summoning flintlock pistols to fire. But even with all her strength and the flintlock pistols, the threat to Sinister was less than 0. Sinister slowly reached toward QB. A second before he could grab QB, Sayaka suddenly rushed forward, sliding to scoop up QB and rolling to the side. Sinister's hand landed right where they had been. With a light wave of his large hand, Mami was instantly swept into the air like a fallen leaf. After drifting in a circular arc, the bandages snapped, and Mami was thrown directly against a pillar. Now, it's your turn. Sinister extended his massive hand toward Sayaka. No. Clutching QB, Sayaka closed her eyes and crouched on the ground, waiting for death. Sayaka-chan. Madoka, unable to hold back any longer, screamed in a breakdown. But the expected hand never fell. Sayaka was stunned and slowly turned her head to look. She saw a figure wearing a black uniform with bits of clock-like armor. His head was a silver cube, with each face being a clock dial. He was floating in the air with his right hand extended. In front of him was a massive golden energy shield that blocked Sinister's attack. It really is you, Sinister. With a wave of his hand, he condensed a massive golden energy ball in his left hand and threw it directly at Sinister. Sinister was pushed back by the energy shield, and the golden energy ball forced him back several more steps. The figure then manifested golden magic circles in both hands. After a few flourishes in the air, he fired the circles at Sinister. The magic circle beneath Sinister's feet expanded, then turned colorless and became static. Well, that should hold him for a while. Indeed, this person was Ice Star. He had requested the appearance of the future clock from Ling, which was also another form of his mastery over the power of time. Ice Star turned to look at Sayaka sitting on the ground, and a bottle of golden potion appeared in his hand. Drink this, it will help you, he said softly, handing the potion to Sayaka. Thank you. Sayaka was also stunned for a moment before taking the potion and drinking it. It was sweet, with a fruity fragrance, and her body felt warm after drinking it. A golden light emanated from Sayaka as her scrapes and bruises began to heal. At the same time, she felt her physical energy instantly fully restored. This is amazing. And, thank you for saving me. Sayaka was excited at first, then gave Ice Star a slow, grateful bow. Ice Star nodded slightly, then 2 more bottles of golden potion appeared in his hand. He gave one to Sayaka. Go give it to that girl to drink. After saying this, Ice Star turned and walked toward Mami. Sayaka understood immediately and ran to Madoka, giving her the medicine to drink. After a moment, Madoka and Mommy also recovered. Thank you so much, thank you for saving us. Madoka took QB from Sayaka's arms and spoke to Ice Star with gratitude. Thank you. Also, may I ask who you are? Mommy also thanked him, looking curiously at the person with the clock head. He felt somewhat familiar. Hey now, Mommy. I just changed my appearance, and you can't recognize me. Ice Star tapped the clock on his head. The next second, the clock dissolved, revealing the head of a boy with familiar heterochromatic eyes, white hair, and a long white braid the same style as Ether from Genshin Impact. It's you, little star. Seeing him, Mommy gripped Ice Star's hand in pleasant surprise. Why are you here? And this outfit is. This is one of my abilities. I sensed his power and rushed here using the power of time. Luckily, I made it in time. Ice Star saw Madoka and Sayaka behind Mommy and stepped forward to introduce himself with a smile. Hello, you two. My name is Ice Star. I'm a student who is about to transfer to your school. Ice Star gave them a slight bow. This is Senior Mommy Tomo. She's from the same school as you, she's your senior. Hello there. Mommy smiled with narrowed eyes as she greeted them. You're in the same grade as us. Sayaka rushed forward excitedly, grabbing Ice Star's hands to introduce herself. My name is Miki Sayaka. Like you, I'm a second-year student. This is Madoka Kanami, my best friend. Thank you so much for saving us just now. Hello, Ice Star. Thank you very much for earlier. By the way, Ice Star, this outfit is so cool. What was that just now? Can you teach me? Sayaka looked at Ice Star with shining eyes. You mean that golden magi? Watch out. Before Sayaka could finish, Mami's shout rang out. Sayaka and Madoka both whipped their heads around to find a golden slash had arrived behind them at some unknown point. Dong. For an instant, everything went black as the golden slash fell, leaving a massive golden gash on the ground. To the side, Ice Star had retreated to the back, holding both Madoka and Sayaka in his arms. The two girls broke into a cold sweat looking at the massive gash. If Ice Star hadn't saved them just now, they probably. Sayaka looked at Ice Star. This was the second time he had saved her. Even though they had only just met, yet. And this would play a very important role in what was to come in the future. Should I call you clever, or despicable? Sinister. You think, this can trap me? Sinister had broken free from his restraints at some unknown point. Sinister, you really are persistent. Ice Star put her clock back on and waved her hands, manifesting a rippling golden barrier that she hurled toward Sinister. Boring. Sinister swung his greatsword, shattering the barrier, but an energy ball immediately followed, striking him square in the chest. Boom. Sinister was blown back several steps by the explosion. Seizing the opportunity, Ice Star formed a magic circle with her right hand and tossed it into the sky. In an instant, 6 afterimages of Ice Star emerged from the magic circle. Go and stop Sinister. Ice Star commanded her clones. The afterimages received the order, magic circles appearing in their hands as they flew toward Sinister. Now, Ice Star condensed 3 small golden orbs in her hand, which then flew toward Madoka and the other two, forming a protective shield around them. This place was created by Sinister, this will prevent you from falling into his endless cycle. Follow me closely, I'll lead you out. Ice Star flew to a certain spot and fired condensed energy from her hand, instantly forming a path. Watch out, you must not fall into the void. If you do, even I won't be able to save you easily. Alright, follow me. After the warning, Ice Star quickly led the way, with Mommy pulling Madoka and Sayaka along. Meanwhile, Sinister was struggling to fight against Ice Star's 6 clones. Acting along with you is truly exhausting. Sinister was weary. But he still pretended to be under great pressure while dealing with the clones. 2 minutes passed. That's about enough. Sinister snapped his fingers, and all the clones instantly dissipated. Then, an hour hand flew out from behind him, streaking toward a certain direction at extreme speed. At that moment, the 4 of them were running and jumping across intermittent rock slabs. Hang in there, I can sense the exit is just ahead. Ice Star flew at the very front, turning her head to look at the 3 girls and 1 slime running behind her. Ice Star, thank you so much this time. If you hadn't come, my juniors and I might have. Alright, don't mention it, didn't I come to? Swoosh. Ice Star cut her sentence short and dodged to the side, avoiding the incoming hour hand. Tisk, it's never ending. Ice Star said, clutching her scratched arm. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The hour hand attacked Ice Star back and forth rapidly, but she dodged them all. However, at the last moment, the hour hand suddenly grew larger and slammed straight down. Unable to dodge in time, Ice Star was smashed into a wall. You think you can escape from the palm of my hand? Sinister walked over slowly. Cough, cough. Sinister, I underestimated you. A gash had been cut into Ice Star's abdomen, and a small amount of blood was flowing out. Ice Star, are you hurt? Madoka and Sayaka rushed forward to check on her, while Mommy stood alone in front of the three of them, holding her flintlock pistol. A golden chain appeared in Sinister's hand, wrapping straight around the QB in Madoka's arms and pulling it away. No. Madoka tried to reach out and grab it, but it was in vain. She could only watch helplessly as QB was sucked into Sinister's black hole head. Ice Star looked up and noticed a door labeled, Exit, not far away, so. Mommy, take Madoka, Konami and Sayaka and get out first, quickly. I'll cover the rear. Ice Star stood up, her clock head spinning rapidly. Then, a beam of golden energy shot from her head toward Sinister, pinning him in place, unable to move. None of you shall escape. Sinister repeatedly struck the barrier surrounding him. Go, now, or it will be too late. Ice Star's hands began to tremble, looking as if she were about to reach her limit. Then Little Star, what about you? We can't leave you here alone. Mommy became worried and anxious. If they left Little Star to face this monster alone, could she win? It was a certain death. That's right, Ice Star. We can't just leave you behind, there must be a way, right? Sayaka was also frantic. Although she had only known Ice Star for a short while, she already saw her as a good friend. Ice Star, don't go alone. Madoka also gripped Ice Star's wrist tightly, refusing to let go. She was equally anxious. She hadn't been able to save QB, so she couldn't let Ice Star be lost too. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Ice Star waved her left hand, and the three were enveloped in golden light. They were then frozen and floated into the air, while she placed the three small orbs into their hands. With a flick of her left hand, Ice Star sent the three flying toward the exit. Mommy. In half an hour, if I haven't come out, use the things in your hands to destroy the exit. Dong. As the sound of the bell returned, Sinister swung his golden sword, shattering the cage. Don't even think about escaping. This time, Sinister fired 3-hour hands directly toward the exit. Not on my watch. Just as the 3-hour hands were centimeters away from Madoka and the others, they were instantly frozen in time, and finally, the three disappeared into the exit. Seeing this, Sinister retracted the hour hands, and Ice Star also withdrew her power of time, floating in the air. Acting with you is truly tiring. Don't call me for this again. Sinister used his power to manifest a golden chair and sat down. That's right, this was all a play prepared by Ice Star. According to Ice Star, one reason for this performance was to intimidate QB. The second reason was to leave a good impression on Madoka and Sayaka. To make it easier to win them over in the future. At the same time, a white ball of light flew out from his black hole head and landed in Sinister's hand. As the light dissipated, a white creature lay limply in Sinister's palm. Indeed, it was QB. However, QB's fur was now extremely messy, its body covered in many more wounds, and it was panting heavily, as if it might die at any second. Luckily, it hasn't been completely absorbed yet. After a squeeze of his hand, Sinister threw QB onto the ground like a piece of trash. Cough, cough. Who, exactly are you? QB asked weakly. Who we are, sorry, you low-level creatures, will probably never know. Sinister teased. Incubator. HMPH, I thought, you were so powerful, and yet this is all you've got. After swallowing the first QB, Sinister had completely mastered the information about this race. To be honest, Sinister was very dismissive, even somewhat contemptuous. You're useless now. Old White, it is yours. Old White. Who's that? On the ground, QB struggled to get up, wanting to escape this place. Dong. A portal appeared accompanied by lightning, and a blocky man walked out, opening his bright white eyes to scrutinize QB. Then, 3 lightning chains appeared, wrapping around QB's neck, body, and tail, dragging it toward the portal. I have waited for thee for a long time. Come, play at my place. I guarantee thou shalt like it. Herobrine turned and walked into the portal. QB struggled to escape, but the chains released an electric current that shocked it. Then, with Oswoosh, it was rapidly pulled into the portal and disappeared. Alright, it's just the two of us now. By the way, how is Madoka's karma absorption going? Nearly half. The karma absorption just now when I was near her, was very fast. Understood. By the way, what exactly are you and Ling making that requires karma? Ice Star asked curiously. When the time comes, you will know. Alright, let's continue then. Prepare for the next step. At this time, at the exit, Mommy was pacing back and forth, waiting anxiously. It's already been 20 minutes. Little star, why haven't you come out yet? Could it be? The more Mommy thought about it, the more anxious she became. Madoka and Sayaka were also worrying on the side. Sayaka even thought about going in with Mommy to rescue Ice Star, but Madoka stopped her. Why hasn't he come out yet? Could it be, did something really happen to Ice Star? Sayaka looked at the exit and then at the small ball in her hand. No matter what, she couldn't leave Ice Star alone inside, let alone blow up the exit. Thud. A golden figure flew out from the exit and crashed into the wall. Cough, cough, cough. A corner of Ice Star's clock head was damaged, revealing a bleeding forehead beneath. His clothes were somewhat tattered. Little Star. Ice Star. X2. The three of them rushed forward to support Ice Star. Thud. At that moment, a giant black hand reached out from the exit, though it was wrapped in golden chains. Sinister's large hand kept stretching outward, trying to escape. Sinister, don't waste your energy, this seal was prepared specifically for you. Ice Star walked over with difficulty, the magic circles on both hands continuously outputting power. Impossible. Sinister's hand began to slam violently against the wall. Mommy. Throw the things in your hands over. Mommy and the other two instantly threw the small balls at Sinister's hand. The balls suddenly exploded, accompanied by clock patterns, and Sinister's hand began to be pulled back. I'm not reconciled. Sinister's giant hand vanished into the gate instantly, followed by a dark gold orb of light flying into Ice Star's body. It's over. Ice Star said weakly before collapsing to the ground. Little Star. Little Star. Mommy rushed forward and helped Ice Star up. Mommy. I'm fine. He's already been sealed within my body. He won't cause trouble anymore. Ice Star took off the clock head and said while clutching his head. It's Madoka Konami, right? Sorry, I couldn't save that little white guy. Ice Star said to Madoka with guilt. It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself, Ice Star. You saved us, after all, Sayaka comforted him. Yeah, Ice Star, it's already great that you saved us, even though that child couldn't be saved. Madoka also stepped forward to comfort him. Ice Star looked at the two of them and nodded. Then, a golden portal appeared in front of him. Mommy, I'm going back to rest first. This battle drained too much of me, so I'll head back now. Ice Star clutched his right arm and walked toward the portal. By the way, you three. I hope you can keep this a secret for me. It's best if my identity and this matter aren't known by others. Don't worry, Ice Star. We'll keep it a secret. Trust us, right Madoka? Sayaka patted her chest and looked at Madoka. That's right, don't worry. We'll keep it a secret, Ice Star. That's good. Oh, right, here's something for you. Just as he reached the portal, Ice Star snapped his fingers. A box containing a cake appeared. This is a cake I made myself. It's for you, consider it a token of our friendship. Enjoy it, and goodbye. With that, Ice Star stepped into the portal and left. Sayaka, what do you think of that boy named Ice Star? I think, he's a good person. He saved us, Madoka. Mommy looked at the cake in her hands and smiled slightly. Making a friend like Ice Star was definitely worth it. This pile of shit really has already. Ice Star had turned back into Ghost Freak and was floating in the classroom, noticing that annoying white creature on Madoka's desk. At that moment, Homura also walked into the classroom. Sayaka looked at Homura with a hostile expression, while Madoka picked up Kyubi and looked at Homura warily. Sai, I can only say you two are still being kept in the dark. Afternoon, Mammy's house. Madoka, Sayaka, and Mommy Tomo were discussing things while eating the cake Ice Star had given them. It's so delicious. How did Ice Star make such a tasty cake? Sayaka took 2 bites instantly, her eyes lighting up with praise. It really is delicious. Mommy took a small bite and said with a smile. It's not too greasy or too sweet. The cake is very soft. Ice Star's cake is truly delicious. Madoka said after taking a bite of the cake and the cream. Hee, next time I see Ice Star, I'll ask him for some more. It's just too good. Sayaka began to plot quietly. Hee, don't worry. As long as you want it, there's nothing I can't make. Ice Star snickered while hidden. Ancestor of gourmet food, the eternal goat. In the afternoon, Ice Star also watched the entire process of the 3 hunting the Rose Witch. It was just okay. Tonight, I'll go take a look too. Ice Star also left. In a park in Matakihara City. The nighttime moonlight spilled over the fountain, emitting glimmers of light. Wisps of mist floated in the air, and countless small insects danced within the lamplight. Holding her soul gem in one hand and brushing aside the thick mist with the other, Mommy Tomo slowly walked down the steps and looked around. You know. A voice came from behind Mommy, and she turned her head toward the sound. You are involving unrelated ordinary people in danger. Homura stood on the steps, looking down at Mommy. They were chosen by QB, so they're no longer unrelated. Homura wasn't surprised by Mammy's words. Emotionless words once again came from Homura's mouth. You are inducing the two of them to become magical girls. So, you're dissatisfied. I'm troubled. Especially Madoka Kanami. Right. You've noticed it too, that child's potential. Only her, you must never let her make a contract. As soon as those words were spoken, Mommy assumed Homura's motive from her own perspective. Do you see someone stronger than yourself as a thorn in your side? That's truly the mindset of a bullied child. Whoosh. A breeze blew by, and a strange sense of sorrow rose in Homura's heart. I don't want to fight you. Homura brushed her hair back with her left hand, her gaze shifting aside. Then try your best not to meet again. Tonight will definitely be the last time, to resolve things through dialogue alone. I can't tell her about Little Star. After saying that, Mommy turned and left. As I thought. I still can't get along with Mommy. Homura watched Mommy walk further away, her heart growing more sorrowful. When will I finally be able to save you, Madoka, and Little Star, where on earth are you? Homura looked at the Omnitrix on her neck, and sadness instantly surged within her. Ice Star, as Ghost Freak on the side, also sighed. He wanted to appear immediately but held back. After the snack witch tomorrow, I'll deal with Mommy first. Just wait a little longer, Homura, we'll meet soon. Then, Homura also turned and left. But Homura didn't notice that the Omnitrix symbol around her neck was emitting a faint green light. Madoka, what's wrong? Over there, it looks like there's something. Madoka and Sayaka had just come out of the hospital when Madoka noticed a strange object embedded in the wall. A grief seed is about to hatch. QB exclaimed. No way. Why is it in a place like this? This is bad. If we don't run away quickly, the barrier will be complete in no time. Said QB, who was on Madoka's shoulder. Another labyrinth like that one. Sayaka thought for a moment, then said to Madoka, Madoka, do you know Senior Mammy's number? I don't. Meanwhile, high up on a building, Ice Star was monitoring everything. Snack Witch, nature of obsession. In her past life, she was the magical girl Nagisa Momoe Bibi who made a wish to QB so her mother could eat cheesecake. However, her mother passed away, and regretting that she hadn't wished to save her mother, she eventually fell into despair and turned into a witch. But unfortunately, Nagisa Momoe's mother didn't love her at all. She's also a poor girl. At this time, Madoka put down her school bag and went to find Mommy as per QB and Sayaka's instructions, while Sayaka and QB stayed behind to watch the grief seed. But, not long after Madoka left, the grief seed emitted a dazzling white light, and the next second, Sayaka and QB disappeared from the spot, leaving only their school bags on the ground. By the time the sun set, Madoka arrived with Mommy. But when they arrived, the witch's barrier had already formed, and Sayaka and QB were nowhere to be seen. There was only a crack left on the wall where the grief seed had been embedded. It's here, right? Mommy placed her hand against the wall, the ring on her finger glowing, and then she contacted QB via telepathy. QB, what's the situation? It's still okay, there are no signs of it hatching immediately. Sayaka-chan, are you okay? I'm fine, I'm so bored I'm about to fall asleep. On the contrary, rashly using a large amount of magic to stimulate the egg would be worse. Don't rush, can you come over as quietly as possible? I understand. Mommy cut the connection, then pulled Madoka into the barrier. It's time, the hero has arrived. Ice Star slapped the Omnitrix. Electric Lizard. Leaping down, Ice Star instantly entered the barrier. It's all desserts. The snack witch sure loves sweets, Electric Lizard sighed. Watching Mommy and Madoka in the distance ahead, Ice Star quickly hid. Madoka heard a noise and looked back, but there was nothing there. Did I see wrong? Madoka muttered. Although I really want to scold you for being too reckless, you did the right thing this time. As they walked, Mommy began to converse with Madoka. This way, we don't have to worry about the witch escaping. Mommy just turned her head and discovered a familiar figure behind Madoka. Madoka also looked back and was stunned. The person who arrived was none other than Homura. I told you, I don't want to see you again. This time, Mammy's tone was somewhat cold, clearly indicating she didn't want Homura to appear here. I will capture this prey, you two should back off. Homura said expressionlessly, though in reality, she also wanted to save mommy. That won't do, I still need to go pick up Mickey-san and QB. Mommy replied unceremoniously. I will ensure the safety of those two. Do you think I'll believe you? The next second, mommy activated her magic, and red ribbons extended from the ground to bind Homura in midair. Idiot, this isn't the time for this. Of course, I don't intend to hurt you. But if you cause too much trouble, I can't guarantee that. The nature of this witch is different from the ones before. Homura still wanted to salvage the situation. If you behave, I'll let you go when I get back. Let's go, Madoka. Mommy didn't listen, then beckoned for Madoka to walk forward with her. Wait. Homura just wanted to stop her, but bound in place, she couldn't move. She could only watch Mommy and Madoka walk further and further away. Mammy's personality, sigh. I just hope she doesn't fall into too much despair when the time comes. From a spot, Electric Lizard watched everything that happened and couldn't help but sigh, then quietly followed them. For the next part of the journey, Madoka and Mommy chatted about magical girls and wishes. By the way, Senior Mommy, regarding my own wish. I already have a plan. Walking on the creamy road, Madoka began to tell Mommy about her plans. I've never had any subjects I excelled in since before, nor any talents worth being proud of. But I met Senior Mommy, who showed me what it looks like to fight to help others, and also Ice Star, with his spirit of self-sacrifice and protecting the weak. It tells me that maybe I can do the same thing. This makes me incredibly happy. So if I become a magical girl, my wish will be fulfilled. Even if I'm useless, if I can be useful to others and live with my head held high, that is my greatest dream. Mommy let go of Madoka's hand, somewhat acknowledging Madoka. However, she still had one final question to ask. It will be very hard, you will get hurt, and there won't be time for romance or playing. But, even so, the unyielding Senior Mommy makes me admire you very much. Mammy's words didn't discourage Madoka, instead, they made Madoka's resolve even firmer. I'm not someone worth admiring. Mommy suddenly stopped in her tracks. I'm just forcing myself to put on a front. Even if I'm scared or sad, there's no one I can talk to, I can only cry alone. Being a magical girl isn't a good job at all. But, Senior Mommy is no longer alone. Yeah, that's true. This sentence struck Mammy's soul. Tears fell uncontrollably from the corners of Mammy's eyes, and immediately, Mommy turned around and held Madoka's palm. From now on, can you really fight with me? Can you stay by my side? This was the second time Mommy had said this, the first time was with Ice Star. Yes, if I can. Madoka comforted her softly. How troublesome, I still have to continue pretending to be a senior. I really am not good enough yet. Mommy smiled and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. That's great. I have friends again, little star. Madoka, thank you both. Achoo. In the distance, Ice Star sneezed. Who's thinking of me? Forget it, it's about to start, time to prepare. Mommy and Madoka chatted excitedly for a while, then quickly continued running forward. At this moment, QB contacted Mommy to say that the grief seed was about to start hatching. Mommy also quickly transformed, looked at the swarms of familiars, and kept summoning flintlock pistols to shoot, fighting magnificently. In this battle, Mommy was as brilliant as if she were dancing on stage, and every attack took out a familiar. My body feels so light. This is the first time I've fought in such a happy mood. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. After dealing with the familiars, Mommy pulled Madoka to meet up with Sayaka and QB. By this time, the witch had finished hatching. As a snack wrapper was torn open, a doll fell onto a tall chair. Snack witch nature. Obsession. Sorry, I'm going to finish you off in one go. Mommy used her gun butt to smash the chair, and the snack witch fell from the high place. The next second, Mommy used the gun butt again to smash the snack witch against the wall, then fired a few more bullets. Walking up to the snack witch, she aimed her muzzle at its forehead and fired a shot, then used ribbons to bind it in the air, making it a living target. Success. Sayaka, who was on the side, cheered. Then, the flintlock pistol in Mammy's hand suddenly grew larger, like a cannon. Tiro finale. But as the bullet pierced the snack witch, the next second, the snack witch's thin, small doll body instantly shrank, and in the next moment, a huge, black, worm-like monster with mouse ears rushed toward Mommy. The monster opened its bloody maw, and Mommy was completely stunned, as were Madoka and Sayaka beside her. Snap. At this moment, the bindings on Homura also disappeared. She watched as the blood-red ribbons, looking just like blood, disappeared from her hands. Could it be a world-famous painting? The Headless Senior is born. As Mammy's body fell, the snack witch ate Mammy's body. You two, sign a contract with me right now. Madoka, Sayaka. QB shouted a reminder, but the two were already frozen in fear. At this moment, the snack witch had finished eating and looked up at the two, which scared them quite a bit. Decide on your wishes, hurry up. QB urged. Z's boom boom boom. Countless huge bolts of lightning struck the snack witch's head, causing it to fall to the ground. X2 At this moment, Madoka and Sayaka were stunned, and Homura, who had just arrived, was also stunned. What's going on? Then, the snack witch's whole body emitted blue energy lightning as it was being electrocuted, and then, from the snack witch's head, a black humanoid creature walked out. I'm back. Did you miss me? I'm back. Did you miss me? A black humanoid creature with arms crossed said. That's right, it was indeed Electric Lizard, Ice Star. Ice Star jumped up, both hands emitting massive lightning energy, striking the snack witch's head directly, then diving down with lightning energy to land. Madoka, Sayaka. We meet again. Ice Star turned back to greet them. You are. Madoka was a bit confused, but the voice felt familiar. It's me, Ice Star. Thank you for your hard work. Since I'm here, leave it to me. Ice Star said, full of confidence. At this moment, Ice Star also saw Homura, who was stunned not far away. Is it you? Is it really you, Ice Star? I'll explain it to you right away. Ice Star narrowed her single eye, smiled at Homura, and then went to finish off the snack witch. At this time, the snack witch got up from the ground again, and the first thing she saw was the electric lizard standing on the table in front of her. Without hesitation, it swallowed it in one bite. But it ate nothing. Where are you eating? I'm here. A mocking voice came, and another current of electricity hit the snack witch. The snack witch turned her head to look at the electric lizard on another table, and swallowed again, but the result was the same. This repeated 3 times. I'm not playing with you anymore, Before it could finish, Ice Star was swallowed into the snack witch's mouth. Looking at the snack witch, who had just looked happy after swallowing her, the next second, countless electric currents exploded from her mouth. Honestly, don't wait for me to finish speaking. Ice Star jumped out of the snack witch's mouth, her body starting to spark. I remembered why I love Electric Lizard so much, because Electric Lizard is super deadly. 2 huge electric currents shot out from the Electric Lizard's hands, and the snack witch was finally blown to pieces by this power, exploding to death. Finished. Seeing that it was resolved, Ice Star deactivated her transformation, jumped off the table, and walked toward Madoka and the others. Ding. Ding. Dong. At this moment, a grief seed shattered the cup containing black tea on a table, and the black tea dripped down like blood. The barrier dissipated with the death of the snack witch, and that grief seed fell into Ice Star's hand. Sigh. Ice Star turned her head, just about to say something. Give it to me. Homura walked forward expressionlessly, but if you looked closely, you could see Homura's eyes trembling slightly and tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. Thank you for your hard work, Homura. Don't be afraid anymore, I'm back. Ice Star replied in a low voice. Homura reached out, wanting to take the grief seed. Don't give it to her. Sayaka stood up, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes, looking at Homura with some anger. Ice Star, this is Senior Mammy's item. Give it to me, this is Senior Mammy's. Just when Ice Star wanted to say something, Homura snatched the grief seed from Ice Star's hand and prepared to leave. I told you to give it back to Senior Mommy. Ice Star, stop her, hurry. Sayaka cried out, pointing at Homura with her finger. That's right, this is something that exists for magical girls. You don't have the qualifications to touch it. Homura also said expressionlessly, preparing to leave. You. Woo woo woo. Sayaka couldn't bear it anymore and started crying. And Madoka, who was kneeling on the ground, was also stunned, tears dripping onto the ground involuntarily. What if I said, I can save Senior Mommy? As soon as Ice Star's voice came out, Homura, who was about to leave, and the 2 who were crying, were all stunned. Save Senior Mommy. Madoka looked up at Ice Star. Are you telling the truth? You can save Senior Mommy. Sayaka also grabbed Ice Star's hand, as if she had seen hope. Impossible. But QB denied it. Mommy Tomo is already dead, there isn't even a corpse left. How can you save her back? This time, Homura agreed with what QB said. Mommy could not be saved anymore. Who told you she couldn't be saved? He can. After finishing, Ice Star slapped the Omnitrix again. A green light flashed. A huge brass-colored mechanical lifeform appeared, with black stripes on its body, a huge clockwork key on its head, and a round green glass on its chest, with green gear patterns inside, and the Omnitrix symbol in the center of its chest. Clockwork. Watch closely. Ice Star began to turn the clockwork key on his head. After turning the clockwork key twice, the gears on Clockwork's chest began to run and emit green light. Clockwork raised his body, chest facing the sky, and a green beam shot out from his chest directly into the sky. After the green beam shot into the sky, it formed a huge green energy shield, and then the energy shield began to shrink back. When it shrank to where Ice Star and the others were, Madoka and the others didn't change much, but the surroundings turned back into the Snack Witch's barrier, and Mommy and the Snack Witch reappeared in front of everyone. I wasn't. Looking at her own hands, Mommy was a little confused. Wasn't she dead? Hey, Mommy. Above you. Ice Star slowed down time, arrived beside Mommy, and quickly picked her up and left, avoiding the Snack Witch's big mouth. Ice Star carried Mommy to Madoka and the others. Senior Mommy. Seeing Mommy, Madoka hugged her excitedly, crying. Senior Mommy. Ice Star. Ice Star didn't lie to us. Senior Mommy, that's great. Sayaka also hugged Mommy, crying. Such powerful energy, what exactly is the background of this boy? QB watched Ice Star, but Ice Star didn't even look at QB. Mommy also hugged the two, not expecting that her carelessness would lead to such consequences, but she had come back to life. Little Star, thank you, really. Mommy looked up at Clockwork with tears in the corners of her eyes. It's fine. I said, if I could save you, I definitely could. Now is not the time for idle chatter. Homura reminded, because due to Clockwork's reversal, not only the witch but also those familiars had been reversed. I'll go. Mommy, you and her Homura look after Madoka and the others here, I'll go solve the witch. Ice Star walked out from behind the big donut. Little Star, be careful. Mommy looked at Ice Star cautiously. Trust me. Ice Star slapped the Omnitrix on her chest and transformed into a humanoid creature with full body red armor. Water Tyrant. Puff puff puff. The next second, Water Tyrant's hands sprayed high-pressure water guns, attacking the swarms of familiars. Even though the number of familiars was huge, they couldn't withstand Water Tyrant's water gun attack and were all shot dead. Water Tornado. Water Tyrant sprayed water with his hands and rotated rapidly, forming a huge water tornado, and countless familiars were swept into the water tornado. Explode. The water tornado exploded instantly, and it started to rain in the sky, but all the rainwater was absorbed back into Water Tyrant's body. There were remaining familiars who wanted to sneak attack, but Water Tyrant's melee ability was also very strong, and he knocked them all down with one punch. So strong. Ice Star is so amazing. Behind the donut, Sayaka looked at Water Tyrant with starry eyes like a little fan. Yeah, his fighting style is so smooth. Madoka also exclaimed. Little Star's alien heroes are all very powerful. Mommy echoed. Homura also stared blankly at the fighting Ice Star, he was stronger than he was at the beginning. Now, it's your turn. Awoo. Again, without waiting for anyone to finish speaking, the Snack Witch took a bite, but Ice Star dodged quickly. Water Tyrant is hard to deal with you. I'll use him. Saying that, she slapped the Omnitrix again. Nuclear Steel Lord. A humanoid creature wearing dark green metal armor appeared. Try this. Nuclear Steel Lord's head shot out high-temperature rays. Boom. This move was super effective against the Snack Witch. The Snack Witch was instantly shot to the ground. The Snack Witch also got up instantly, ignoring the pain, opened her big mouth, and bit straight at Nuclear Steel Lord. Because Nuclear Steel Lord was wearing armor, his movements slowed down, and he was bitten by the Snack Witch, lifted up, and constantly shaken, smashed, and chewed in the air. You can't bite through the armor, or Nuclear Steel Lord will die. Ice Star deliberately pretended to struggle and shouted in panic. And secretly unlocked the cover on the armor, making pop pop sounds, pretending to be the sound of armor shattering. Hearing the sound, the Snack Witch bit down on Nuclear Steel Lord's armor even harder. Of course, although this didn't matter to Ice Star, because the real body inside Nuclear Steel Lord's armor was even more terrifying. But some people couldn't sit still. Mommy and Homura rushed towards the Snack Witch at the fastest speed. They came over right when they heard, Nuclear Steel Lord will die, and the pop pop sounds. No. Little Star. At this moment, Mommy threw out bandages and summoned a flintlock pistol to shoot at the fastest speed. Mommy already didn't know how to repay Ice Star for saving her life. If Ice Star died because of this, Mommy would really feel guilty and collapse for a lifetime because of it. No. I finally saw you again. You can't leave me like this again. Homura also took out bombs and was ready to stop time at any moment. Click. With the sound of something being opened, Nuclear Steel Lord's armor emitted a strong light, accompanied by high temperature, and the snack witch directly spat out Nuclear Steel Lord. The cover on the head of Nuclear Steel Lord, who had fallen to the ground, was opened, and then a humanoid creature glowing red all over flew out of the armor. So easy to trick. Nuclear Steel Lord's main body shot a large amount of radiation rays from his hands, hitting the Snack Witch, and the Snack Witch also completely fell to the ground. Goodbye, Snack Witch, Charlotte. The next second, Nuclear Steel Lord's main body flew directly into the Snack Witch's mouth and was swallowed into her belly. The Snack Witch was still a bit confused, thinking the food had delivered itself to her mouth. As a result, as expected, the Snack Witch's huge body began to turn red, her stomach kept expanding, and her mouth started to smoke, her expression painful. Boom! The Snack Witch's stomach exploded, and the high temperature like the sun scorched the Snack Witch. In the end, the Snack Witch's body was burned to nothing, turned into ashes, and dissipated. Thus, the Snack Witch completely died. With the death of the Snack Witch, the barrier dissipated once again. Nuclear Steel Lord's true form returned to his armor. If he had stayed any longer, Madoka and the others surely wouldn't have been able to withstand the high radiation and temperature of his true form. Here, take this. Ice Star tossed the grief seed to Mommy and deactivated her transformation. Little Star. The second Ice Star deactivated her transformation. Mommy hugged her directly. Thank you so much. Mommy held Ice Star like this, sobbing quietly. All right, senior Mommy. You're alive now, aren't you? Ice Star comforted Mommy. Right, her. Ice Star looked toward Homura, reminding Mommy. Mommy looked at Homura, recalled the previous events, let go of Ice Star, and turned to walk toward Homura. I apologize for what happened at the beginning, I was a bit impulsive and arrogant at the time. Mommy bowed to Homura, expressing her apology. No, you don't need to apologize to me. Homura replied with a blank expression, but this made Mommy notice something strange. Do you know something? Mammy's tone became slightly serious. On the other side, Madoka and Sayaka surrounded Ice Star, observing Ice Star's Omnitrix. Ice Star, what were those things just now? They looked so cool, especially the one that sprayed water. Sayaka looked at Ice Star with shock and excitement. She had seen the entire battle between Water Tyrant and Nuclear Steel Lord, it was truly spectacular. Ice Star. Can you give me and Madoka one of these watches each? That way, Madoka and I can fight alongside you. Just the thought of turning into an alien to fight, how exciting would that be? That was what Sayaka was thinking in her head, and her goofy expression was almost drooling. If you want one, I can make one for you. However, it will be a low-spec version. Ice Star said with a mysterious smile. Really? Yay. Sayaka had just been joking, but she didn't expect it to actually be possible, and she was so excited she almost jumped up. Is it really okay? Then, thank you for your hard work, Ice Star. Madoka also expressed her gratitude. By the way, Ice Star. Just how many aliens does this watch of yours have? Sayaka reached out and started fiddling with the Omnitrix. Wait. Don't press that, you. Before Ice Star could stop her, Sayaka accidentally pressed the Omnitrix. After a flash of green light, Ice Star transformed into a small figure with blue skin, purple hair, and a pair of purple wings. Wah! Don't mess with the Omnitrix, Sayaka. A magnetic female voice sounded out. The form Ice Star had taken was none other than the Dust Bunny's fairy. PFF'd, ha ha ha, Ice Star, don't say that, this alien you turned into is actually quite cute. Sayaka couldn't help but hug the Dust Bunny's fairy and pet her head. Wah! Don't touch my head, Sayaka. I hate it. The Dust Bunny's fairy, struggling in Sayaka's arms, scattered dust from her hands the next second. Wah! Wait, Ice Star, why am I a bit sleepy? After inhaling some of the dust, Sayaka swayed unsteadily, her eyes slowly closed, and her body fell backward. If it weren't for Ice Star's petite body supporting Sayaka, Sayaka probably would have fallen with her head hitting the ground while falling asleep. Sayaka. Ice Star, what happened to her? Madoka looked anxiously at Sayaka, who was asleep on the ground. At this moment, Homura and Mommy, who heard the commotion, also walked over. This is the Dust Bunny's fairy. Her dust has a hypnotic effect. Sayaka hugged me just now and inhaled the Dust Bunny's fairy's dust, which is why she's like this. The Dust Bunny's fairy in the air helplessly spread her hands, indicating that it wasn't her fault. At this moment, looking at Homura on the side, Ice Star thought of something and communicated with Homura using telepathy. Homura, could you please take Sayaka away first? I need to deal with Mommy. Little star. You, what are you going to do? Homura was stunned when she heard Ice Star's voice, and after knowing the situation, she was a bit confused. I'm going to tell Mommy and Madoka the truth about the magical girl. What? You? Homura was shocked. Did Ice Star know the truth about the magical girl? Homura, can you help me? I'm begging you. Alright, I promise you. But you also have to be careful. Senior Mammy's strength is not something to joke about. Homura agreed to Ice Star, but at the same time, she was worried about Ice Star. Don't worry, Homura. I won't be hurt, Ice Star assured her. Alright. Good girl, Homura. After I'm done, I'll explain everything to you. Homura's face blushed slightly, and she nodded to agree. Madoka, Senior Mommy, I have something to tell you too. Akemi Homura, right. Could you please take Sayaka home first? Ice Star, in the form of the Dust Bunny's fairy, winked at Homura. Fine. Homura replied, carried Sayaka on her back, gave Ice Star a look before leaving. Alright, little star. What do you have to tell me and Madoka? Seeing this, Ice Star deactivated her transformation. You've been watching for so long, shouldn't you say something? Ice Star looked at the incubator on the ground. Power and devices that don't belong to this world, as well as the three powerful energy entities inside your body, and appearing suddenly without being under our observation. You possess power that doesn't belong to this world. No, it should be said, power that doesn't belong to the entire universe, right? Ice Star, Tisk, Ed internally, she didn't expect these incubators to be so strong, able to even detect Ling, Sinister, and Herobrine. Yes, you're right. I do possess power that doesn't belong here. Should I praise you for being smart or insidious? QB, no, it should be incubator. You've exposed my secrets, so I'll expose yours too. Ice Star looked at Mommy and Madoka, who were stunned on the side. Madoka was fine, but she had to deal with Mommy today. God knows what trouble this, Civil War illusion god, Mommy would cause. Therefore, she had to tell them the truth first. The sooner it's resolved, the sooner it's over. I possess the power of time, which means I can control all time. Of course, I can also know the future, and I know everything. Know everything. How interesting. Traveling through time, transforming into aliens, and mastering time. You really are very interesting, kid. Enough, since you've exposed my secrets, I should say something too, incubator. Ice Star instantly transformed into Diamond Head and grabbed the incubator on the ground. Little Star. What are you doing? Put the incubator down. Mommy took out her soul gem and looked at Ice Star vigilantly. Ice Star, let the incubator go, the incubator is innocent. Madoka also chimed in. Innocent. Hey, you won't think so when the time comes. Ice Star looked at Mommy and Madoka and began to speak. The universe, although from our perspective, it is boundless and vast, in reality, the universe also has an end. Therefore, the entropy in the universe begins to increase. You can think of this entropy as a kind of energy. If entropy reaches a certain amount, it will be the end of the universe. And within the universe, this being you call QB, which is this guy's race, discovered entropy increase and figured out a way to stop it. That is to use the power of emotion to generate energy to offset the increase in entropy. But unfortunately, these guys have no emotions. After speaking, Diamond Head waved his hand, threw the incubator to the ground, and kicked it. So, they set their sights on Earth. They discovered the emotional energy of Earth's girls, signed contracts with them, fulfilled their wishes, and turned them into magical girls, and their fate is at the end of despair. The moment they turn into witches, they generate energy so huge that it's unimaginable, which they use to resist the increase in entropy, and then the magical girls who have turned into witches can only wait for other magical girls to hunt them down. Ice Star was still speaking, she saw Mammy's body and pupils beginning to tremble. And in order to fight, the girls' souls are turned into soul gems, and their bodies are supported by magic, but using magic power will accelerate the contamination of the soul gem, speeding up the rate at which a magical girl transforms into a witch. But the grief seed, which is the product of a witch's death, can absorb the contamination of the soul gem. Thus, this forms a cycle, a death cycle targeted at magical girls. This is the ending and the truth of the magical girl. How about it? Am I right? Incubator. Why you, what did you say? How could this be? Doesn't that mean everyone, in the end, will die? Just as Ice Star expected, upon hearing this so-called truth, Mammy's body began to tremble, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. QB, this isn't true, right? Little Star is lying, right? What he said isn't true, right? Mommy grabbed QB from the ground, refusing to believe it. She was trembling all over, tears streaming down her face. She was clearly on the verge of a breakdown. You still don't know. Senior mommy. You've been a magical girl for so many years, yet magical girls all over the world are disappearing at any given moment while new ones appear. You could find that out just by asking any of your peers. Give up, senior mommy. This is the truth. Ice Star continued to twist the knife without hesitation. Regardless, mommy had to be fought today. It was better to let her break down early so she could be snapped out of it sooner. Following Ice Star's ruthless remarks, Mammy's eyes instantly dimmed, and her body stopped trembling. However, the heart of justice within Mommy was already full of cracks. One more blow would shatter it completely. Mommy looked despondent, her body on the verge of collapsing, and QB jumped out of her hands. He is right, it is indeed the truth. Besides, I didn't deceive any of you, did I? It's just that you didn't ask, and becoming a magical girl was your own choice, wasn't it? QB replied with an innocent expression, clearly tacitly admitting to the truth Ice Star had revealed. Snap. In the end, it shattered. How could it be like this? That's too much. Clearly, Madoka could not accept such a truth. That is why, you humans are still. Bang. Crack. Before QB could finish speaking, its head was blown off by a bullet, and then its body was pierced by crystals protruding from the ground. After the gunshot, Mammy's flintlock pistol fell to the ground, turning into a pile of yellow bandages and disappearing. Senior Mommy. Madoka just wanted to go up and comfort her. Suddenly, another flintlock pistol appeared in Mammy's hand, and she aimed it at her own temple. Bang! The bullet, gathered with magical power, fired through the barrel and went straight through Mammy's head. A mixture of blood and brain matter splattered on the ground, standing out starkly in the sunset. As expected. I am no longer human, am I? Mammy's trembling voice echoed. Mommy jerked her head up, her eyes empty and lifeless, tears streaming down her cheeks incessantly. I'm sorry. Madoka, I will kill all the magical girls and witches, and then kill the last magical girl. The last magical girl referred to Mommy herself. Only this way can. Watching the somewhat deranged Mommy before her, Madoka was frightened and took a few steps back. Is this really the senior Mommy she knew? But I won't let you have your way, I will stop you. At this moment, a discordant voice rang out. It was Diamond Head Ice Star. Little Star, you are not a magical girl. For the sake of our acquaintance, as long as you and Madoka don't leak what happened today, and leave now, I will not stop you. While Purgasnacht is coming very soon. That is the most powerful enemy yet, you cannot defeat it alone. Furthermore, you are my friend, and even more so, you are the senior of both me and Madoka. I cannot let you degenerate alone. No sooner said than done, crystal spikes suddenly appeared under Mammy's feet. Mommy jumped up instantly to dodge, but a large piece of crystal shot out from the air, and Mommy, unable to dodge in time, was sent flying. Madoka, stay here and don't move. I'm going to go save Mommy. After saying that, Diamond Head walked toward where Mommy had been knocked away. Ice Star, you must save Senior Mommy, please. Madoka pleaded with Ice Star. Rest assured, I will. With that, he ran forward. Where did Mommy go? Looking at the shallow pit on the ground, there was no sign of Mommy. At this moment, bandages suddenly appeared on the ground, binding Diamond Head in place. Diamond Head grew spikes on its body, piercing through the bandages. Several bullets shot toward him, but he simply raised his hand and blocked them all. Diamond Head was completely unscathed. Is that all? Just as he wanted to retort, a rifle butt appeared before his eyes. He turned his left hand into a blade to block it, and the collision sparked. Sneak attacks aren't nice, Senior Mommy. He fired crystal bullets from his right hand, and Mommy jumped back to dodge. Boom. He stomped on the ground, and a huge crystal pillar rose up. Diamond Head stood at the highest point, raised his hand, and countless crystals flew into the air, aiming at Mommy. Mommy frowned, summoned a large number of flintlock pistols, and raised them to aim. The next second, crystal bullets and lead bullets fired simultaneously, blooming in the air like a fireworks show. Boom. A giant crystal hand emerged from the ground and slapped straight toward Mommy. Mommy rolled to dodge, but the giant hand relentlessly lifted and continued to slap toward Mommy. Diamond Head jumped down from the crystal pillar, placed both hands on the ground, and the crystals began to spread. And Mommy, still dodging the giant hand, didn't notice at all that a crystal wall had erected everywhere the giant crystal hand had slapped. Eventually, in a moment of error, Mommy was forced into a corner, and she didn't notice the crystals on the ground. Her lower body was encased in crystals, unable to move. Not good. It's a trap. Mommy panicked, struggling to break free from the restraint, but the next second, a blade made of crystals was held against her neck. You lost, Senior Mommy. After saying this, Ice Star's crystal right hand struck the back of Mammy's neck. With a dull thud, Mommy passed out and cancelled her transformation. Ice Star took Mammy's soul gem into his hand, shattered the crystals, and carried Mommy away. At this moment, Madoka was waiting on the spot, and seeing the figure approaching from afar, she ran over. I've taken care of it, Madoka. Ice Star, thank goodness you're okay. But, Senior Mommy, Madoka looked at the unconscious Mommy on Diamond Head's shoulder with some concern. Don't worry, she just fainted. By the way, Madoka, do you know where Senior Mommy lives? I have a way to save her. Ice Star reassured Madoka and asked about Mammy's residence. Yes, I do. Follow me, Ice Star. Thank you, Madoka. Also, you can call me Little Star from now on. In front of Mammy's house, Ice Star was waiting patiently, while Madoka was in the room looking after Mommy. Mommy had been tied to the bed with her limbs bound by chains made of crystals by Ice Star, and the soul gem was also held in Ice Star's hand. However, Ice Star had used too much force, and Mommy was still unconscious. The absorption of causality is about to be completed, Sinister said. Yeah, I hope this device will be helpful to him. I also left a little bit of causality in that girl's body. In Sinister's hand floated a black hole filled with white energy. It was the very same black hole that had previously been placed inside Madoka to absorb causality. Hey, I'm starting to look forward to the device you mentioned. Ling whispered. At this moment, Ice Star directly unlocked the ultimate evolution function of the Omnitrix in the mall. Ice Star opened ultimate evolution and put 3 aliens in first, letting them evolve for 1 million years. Gravity Crab Overlord, evolution progress, 13.7%. Spider Monkey, evolution progress, 12.6%. Little Bobo, evolution progress, 9.8%. Let's just put these 2 in for now and let them evolve slowly. Ice Star closed the Omnitrix, and at this moment, a familiar figure walked over. Homura, you're back. Did you? Sayaka. I sent her home, she is still sleeping. Did you deal with Mommy? Homura asked in return. Yeah, just the last step left. Ice Star looked at the soul gem in his hand. Click. The door was opened, and Madoka ran out in a panic. Senior Mommy, she's awake. Okay, let me handle it. Entering the room, Ice Star saw Mommy struggling fiercely on the bed, and the crystal chains binding her limbs made crisp sounds. Seeing Ice Star and Madoka enter, Mommy immediately spotted the soul gem in Ice Star's hand. Little Star, give it back to me. Mommy reached out frantically, but as soon as she reached out, she was trapped in midair by the crystal chains. I must kill all the magical girls and witches. They should not exist. Looking at the deranged Mommy, Ice Star remained silent and slowly walked to the bedside. A warm white light condensed in his hand, surrounding the soul gem and Ice Star's hand. Command. Calm down. Purification. The white light surrounded Mommy, and the warm white light caressed Mammy's entire body. Gradually, black smoke emerged from Mammy's body and dissipated into the white light. Mommy, who had been struggling on the bed, instantly stopped struggling and slowly closed her eyes, but soon opened them again. I just feel like my brain and body are so relaxed. No. I want to kill all magic. Why do I not have that feeling anymore? Mammy's sanity was restored, and she slowly calmed down. Purification is indeed omnipotent. Senior Mommy has returned. That's great, Senior Mommy. You're back. Mommy looked at the 2 juniors standing by the bedside, not knowing what to say. I will not take away your soul gem, but I will not let you take it either. Ice Star placed the soul gem on the table and set a barrier of time around it. I will help you ask for a few days off from school. You should rest well at home for a few days, Mommy. This time, you have lost your way. Ice Star also released the crystal chains binding Mammy's limbs. Since the crisis is resolved, Madoka and I will head home first, Ice Star said, walking toward the door with Madoka. Ice Star. Just as Ice Star was about to close the door, Mommy called out to her. Thank you for today, Mommy said sincerely. This wasn't your fault either. Ice Star closed the door and left. After leaving Mammy's house, Madoka said goodbye to Ice Star and headed toward her own home. Ice Star saw Homura standing to the side, waiting for her. Neither of them spoke. Let's go back to my place first. I will listen to you explain everything slowly. Finally, Homura broke the quiet atmosphere. Alright. Under the setting sun, the 2 walked slowly across the familiar bridge. Do you still remember this place? Homura turned her head and asked Ice Star. Of course I remember. It was the first time we encountered a witch, and the time I protected you, Ice Star replied with a smile, simultaneously activating the Omnitrix. Little Bobo. Ice Star transformed into Little Bobo and walked in front of Homura. Does it feel more familiar now? Little Bobo walked ahead with a smile, turning to look at Homura. Homura was momentarily stunned, recalling the first time she became friends with Ice Star, the first time Ice Star saved her, and that familiar little white figure. Of course I remember. I will never forget that moment. Homura sighed. Thinking about it now, she felt quite nostalgic. Eventually, the two arrived at Homura's house. Homura, your house style is so unique. Little Bobo jumped onto the table and looked around. Homura lived high up in the sky, and her home was very unique, sacred and pure white. Looking closely, there was a giant clock constantly swinging outside the room. Homura's room was filled almost entirely with items related to time. Homura, your home is so unique. Everything is related to time. Little Star, sit down for a while. I'm going to make dinner. Homura walked toward a room. Let me make it. You just sit here and wait for me, Homura. Ice Star deactivated her transformation and walked over to Homura's side. You know how to cook. Alright, the kitchen is over there. Go ahead. Homura was a bit doubtful, could Ice Star cook? But she still pointed out the location of the kitchen for her. Don't worry, just wait for me, Homura. Ice Star walked into the kitchen, full of confidence. Before long, Ice Star came out of the kitchen, carrying 2 dishes and a bowl of soup. Eat up, don't starve yourself. Ice Star placed the food on the table, and it emitted an enticing aroma. Homura picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. As soon as she took a bite, her eyes suddenly sparkled. Delicious. Not just usually delicious. The meat isn't greasy or cloying. I didn't expect Little Star to be such a good cook. Watching Homura eat so happily, Ice Star smiled slightly. Ancestor of gourmet food. Is the goat. After the meal, having cleaned up the dishes, Ice Star and Homura sat opposite each other. Homura, I didn't expect you to still keep it. Ice Star looked at the Omnitrix worn around Homura's neck, feeling a bit bitter inside. Ever since that time you disappeared before my eyes, I have been wearing it, thinking of you every moment. Homura looked at the Omnitrix in her hand, feeling a hint of sadness. Where have you been all this time? Tears began to flow from Homura's crystalline purple eyes. Sigh. Ice Star was stunned for a moment, then recounted her situation with a heavy heart. During that Walpurgisnacht, after I blocked the attack for you, my body dissipated, which is to say, I died. When I opened my eyes, I discovered I hadn't died. Instead, I was in a white space. There, I met a mysterious person named Ling. Under their guidance, I trained and survived alone, hovering between life and death every single moment. Ice Star recounted everything she had experienced there. I see. Little Star, you have suffered too. It's fine, it's all in the past. Ice Star waved her hand helplessly. You also know the truth about magical girls, right? Yes. So, Homura, you. Homura took out her soul gem. At first, I made a wish to QB, wanting to return to the past to change the future. I also gained magic to control time. But slowly, I discovered, this is not omnipotent. None of them believe or accept this kind of future. But at least, I must save you and Madoka. Saying this, Homura stood up and hugged Ice Star. Ice Star looked at Homura's eyes, it was a kind of somewhat pathological obsession. Homura, you've worked hard during this time. Ice Star patted Homura's head. But, you can rest easy now, because I have returned. And this time, I will save everyone, including you. Homura's cheeks turned slightly rosy, and her cold expression shifted somewhat. Then promise me, don't leave me again. Homura hugged Ice Star even tighter, her hoarse voice reaching Ice Star's ears, making her heart ache. Ice Star felt a damp sensation on her neck, those were Homura's tears. Don't worry, I won't. Ice Star stroked Homura's hair. At this moment, so touching, Ling pretended to sob in the space. That device is finished. I will give it to her later. Sinister fiddled with an object in their hand. By the way, where is Old White? He wouldn't still be. Yes, he is still doing that thing. At this time, Herobrine was constantly toying with torturing QB, continuously attacking it to the point of severe injury without killing it, then healing it to recover, and repeating the cycle over and over again. After venting, Homura pulled away from Ice Star's embrace and returned to her original expressionless state. Ice Star introduced Ling, Sinister, and Herobrine to Homura, calling the 3 of them part of her own body. Homura also had a brief introduction to the 3 seniors. Subsequently, Homura told Ice Star the information from her dozens of time loops. According to what you said, Sayaka always becomes a magical girl, right? And she always makes the wish for that boy named Kyosuke. It seems I need to go see him when I have time, Ice Star said thoughtfully. And this magical girl named Sakura Kyoko, little star, I plan to. Oh, her. I've met her. I met her once when I went to Kazumino City, but it was a bit. Ice Star scratched her head awkwardly. If you've met, that's good. According to my previous intelligence, after Mommy is killed by the snack witch, she will come to take Mammy's place. Although Mommy didn't die this time, based on my observations, I discovered she actually came to Matakihara this time. It seems, she is looking for someone. Hearing this, Ice Star broke into a cold sweat. This girl wouldn't actually have run from Kazumino all the way to Matakihara to find her, would she? After exchanging more information with Homura, Ice Star prepared to go home. Oh right, Homura. Can you give me the Omnitrix you're wearing? I have some use for it. Before leaving, Ice Star asked Homura. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Homura took off the Omnitrix emblem and handed it to Ice Star. Thanks, Homura. See you tomorrow. After saying goodbye, Ice Star left. Homura smiled and waved goodbye, then turned and walked toward a room with a happy smile on her face. After returning home, Ice Star looked at the Omnitrix emblem in her hand. Ling, can you use this to make another transformation watch similar to the Omnitrix? Let me see. I'll try later. Ling disappeared. The second after Ling disappeared, Sinister appeared. Just in time, my device is finished too. A ring floated in Sinister's hand. The size of this ring was just right to assemble with the Omnitrix dial. There were 9 light orbs of different colors on the ring, and each light orb had a different emblem. Then, the ring flew onto the Omnitrix, the dial rose, and the ring was installed outside the dial. It rotated and twisted, finally successfully installing itself inside the dial. Then, with a click, the ring retracted, and the dial dropped back down. Monitor, speaker, TV, clock, drill, pencil, sonar, computer, and toilet man. I have put these 9 races of titans into this ring, Sinister said. In the future, when you want to transform, just tap this, then select a titan's core light orb, and you can transform into them. Similarly, you can also give the core to someone else to use, Sinister explained patiently. Thanks a lot. Ice Star lay down and fell asleep, but her heart was extremely excited. Transforming into the titans from Toilet Man vs. Cameraman. That would be so cool. Senior Mommy is on leave. In the classroom, Sayaka asked Madoka. Yeah, Senior Mommy needs to rest for a few days, and Ice Star has already helped Mommy ask for leave for her, Madoka replied quietly. I see. Just then, Homura walked into the classroom and sat down at her desk. Seeing Homura, Sayaka immediately wiped the smile off her face and glared at her with a hostile expression. Seeing that Sayaka was acting strange, Madoka immediately leaned over to her ear and whispered to comfort her. Sayaka, don't be like that. After all, Homura is our classmate, too. We should try to get along with her. But Sayaka turned her head away with an unwilling look. Why should I get along with her? If Ice Star hadn't come yesterday, Senior Mommy would have died. She just stood by and watched without helping, Sayaka said irritably. What a fool. Homura ignored Madoka and Sayaka's conversation and turned to look at the scenery outside the window. Madoka, do you think Ice Star will come to our class? If she really comes to our class, just thinking about it makes me excited. Sayaka said to Madoka excitedly. I don't know, there's more than one class here, maybe Ice Star will go to another class. Ah, alright then. Sayaka was clearly disappointed. Ding dong, ding dong. The class bell rang, and the students returned to their seats one after another. At this moment, the teacher walked into the classroom. Today, I have some more good news for everyone. That is, we have another transfer student joining our class today. She is a transfer student from China. Everyone, please welcome classmate Bing Xing. Come on in. Ice Star. X2 at this moment, Madoka and Sayaka exclaimed in their hearts, while Homura was slightly stunned for a moment before giving a faint smile. You really did come after all. Little Star. Then, a youth with white hair, impossibly pale skin, a long snow-white ponytail, and heterochromatic eyes, one blue and one gold, walked into the classroom. Along with that familiar watch. While it might look like an ordinary watch to others, Madoka, Sayaka, and Homura didn't think so, because that watch could turn into an alien. Hello everyone, my name is Ice Star. I look forward to working with you all. Ice Star wrote her name in both Chinese and Japanese on the blackboard with a black marker, bowed to everyone, and then found a seat and sat down. Ice Star's seat happened to be right in the middle of Madoka, Sayaka, and Homura. Ice Star winked at Madoka and Sayaka, and also quietly winked at Homura. During class, Homura was studying diligently, Madoka was drawing, and Sayaka was zoning out, though her gaze would occasionally drift toward Ice Star. Although I know all of this, why do I get so sleepy as soon as the lecture starts? Ice Star appeared to be listening intently, but in reality, her soul had long since flown away. After finally enduring until the end of class, Ice Star was surrounded by her classmates. Classmate Bing Xing, how is China different from here? Classmate Bing Xing, are you interested in joining our club? Classmate Bing Xing, your eyes and hair are so unique. Is that something specific to China? Ice Star looked at the enthusiastic classmates, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Just then, she saw Madoka and Sayaka walking over. Help me, Madoka. Ice Star mouthed a plea for help to Madoka. Madoka quickly understood what Ice Star meant. Everyone. Classmate Bing Xing is new to the school today and isn't familiar with things yet, so I'm going to show her around. Hello classmate Bing Xing, my name is Madoka Konami, and I'm the class health committee member. Let me show you the way. Then, thank you, classmate Madoka Konami. Thus, Ice Star followed Madoka and Sayaka out of the classroom, while Homura took a look but chose not to follow. Thank you so much, Madoka. You're welcome, it's what I should do. In the hallway, Ice Star, Madoka, and Sayaka were walking slowly. It seems you two are quite happy that I joined your class. Of course, Ice Star. You saved senior mommy, and you have such an amazing watch. I want one too. Sayaka said with excitement, then turned a bit dejected, though her eyes were still fixed on Ice Star's Omnitrix. And Ice Star, you actually hypnotized me yesterday. Sayaka said resentfully. This. I was just a bit excited at the time. I'm sorry, Sayaka. In reality, Ice Star had somewhat intentionally hypnotized Sayaka at the time. Well, I, the great Sayaka, forgive you. Sayaka chuckled and forgave Ice Star in her carefree manner. Hehe, I knew it. Alright, as it happens, I have gifts for you both as a welcome present. Then Ice Star took two watches, one blue and one pink, out of thin air. This is. No way, Ice Star, this wouldn't be. Hehe, the Omnitrix transformation watches I made for you yesterday. However, since they were made in a rush, they can only transform once, and, the alien you transform into is random. Please forgive me, you two. The two disposable Omnitrixes flew in front of them, the pink one given to Madoka, and the blue one to Sayaka. Then thank you, Ice Star. Madoka accepted the gift with a smile, looking at the pink watch on her wrist. Thank you, Ice Star. Hehe, now I can turn into an alien and fight alongside you guys. Sayaka shouted excitedly. But I must warn you, this watch is one-time use, the transformation time is only 10 minutes, and you cannot reveal this to anyone else, Ice Star said seriously. Don't worry, Madoka and I won't tell anyone. Then thanks, and you can just call me Little Star from now on. The three of them chatted and laughed. At this moment, a cold voice echoed in Ice Star's head. Urgent mission. Escape. Reward. Unknown. Wait, what did you say? Escape capture. What does this mean? Just then, a purple portal suddenly appeared beneath the three of them, and then the ground beneath them vanished. The three of them fell into the portal. Kya, what's going on? Sayaka screamed in the air. Sayaka. Ice Star. Madoka screamed in fear from the bottom. You really, don't give anyone any warning. Ice Star cursed under her breath and activated the Omnitrix to transform. Cannonbolt. Ice Star transformed into a bear-like creature with a white body, slight black markings, and a yellow outer shell. Cannonbolt then descended rapidly, grabbed Sayaka into her arms, and then caught Madoka who was at the bottom. She curled into a ball, enveloping the two of them, and then plummeted. It might be a little dizzying, but please bear with it. It is unknown how much time had passed. A portal opened in a strange place, and a large sphere rolled out. Cannonbolt also brought Madoka and Sayaka out. Cough, where are we? Sayaka patted herself and asked in confusion. It looks like, this is some kind of experimental base. It is so eerie here, and terrifyingly quiet. Looking around, Ice Star deactivated the transformation. What did escape mean? Could there be some creature here that wants to capture us? Madoka, Sayaka, follow behind me. We have been captured, but we still don't know who captured us. The three walked aimlessly, with the sound of machinery operating coming from all around from time to time. Little Star, I feel like someone is watching us. Madoka, walking at the back, said somewhat fearfully. How about we just transform and destroy this place? Sayaka said, preparing to slap down her Omnitrix. No. You cannot transform rashly. I am fine, but you cannot. Ice Star instantly grabbed Sayaka's hand. This transformation only lasts for 10 minutes, can only be used once, and what you transform into is completely random. If you use it now, it will be even more troublesome later. Sayaka obediently put down the hand she was preparing to slap down. Someone is coming. Madoka whispered in alarm. Ice Star also instantly sensed that 3 people were walking this way, so she pulled Madoka and Sayaka to a corner and then used the power of time to create a golden barrier to hide the 3 of them. The next second, 3 people wearing black tech uniforms, holding strange guns, and having flight devices on their backs walked over. Strange. I just detected 3 life forms here. How did they disappear? Could it be that you saw wrong? Impossible. My life detector wouldn't malfunction. Then let's look more carefully. These 3 people were communicating in a language that was completely incomprehensible, but Ice Star used the Omnitrix to translate. So they came looking for us, in that case. Ice Star slowly walked out of the barrier, leaving Sayaka and Madoka inside. Little Star. What are you doing? Madoka was just about to speak to stop her, but Ice Star turned her head and put a finger to her lips to shush her, then took out the diamond pickaxe that Herobrine had given her from her inventory. The diamond pickaxe was also slowly flickering with lightning. Big brother, why do I feel like there's someone behind us? Idiot, don't imagine things. My life detector isn't showing anything. But I really feel. Shut up, you coward. If there really is someone, I'll eat 5 bowls of hot crap today. Oh, and what flavor would you like? Boom, boom, boom. A few flashes of white light accompanied by thunderous sounds, and those 3 instantly fell to the ground, with thick black smoke rising from their bodies. Brother, what flavor do you want? Shut up. Little Star, do we really have to do this? There's no other way. If we want to leave here, we have to do this first. After placing the 3 of them in a hidden spot, Ice Star copied their uniforms and pasted them onto Madoka and Sayaka. You have to admit, this outfit is actually kind of cool. She said, looking down at her body. Alright, follow me. Let's see what kind of place this really is. The 3 had changed their outfits, so they didn't have to be as cautious as they were at the beginning, but they still remained vigilant at all times. There is a door ahead. Ice Star went to check and found it was an automatic door that opened directly from both sides. Inside was a straight platform, over 100 meters long, leading directly to the door on the opposite side. Clang, 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 the sound of the 3 people's footsteps echoed here. Little Star, look below. Madoka, who was behind, poked Ice Star, signaling her to look down. Ice Star looked down and discovered a huge robotic assembly line below. The conveyor belt was transporting strange parts, processing them, and then turning them into the upper and lower bodies of strange robots. After assembling them, these robots began to operate and then walked step by step in the same direction. These robots are not simple, each one is over 2 meters tall, and the materials on each one are not from Earth. It seems we are not on Earth, it's more like we were captured by aliens. What? Aliens? Is this true, Little Star? Sayaka exclaimed loudly. Shish, quiet. With me here, and besides, there is the Omnitrix, don't be afraid. Thus, the 3 walked along this long, suspended railway. Just as they were about to reach the door, the small section of the path in front suddenly retracted, and then the path behind the 3 also quickly retracted. Then, the path the 3 were standing on began to move upward slowly, and then the speed suddenly increased. Eventually, the 3 were brought into a space, but it was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. The next second, the surrounding lights turned on, and that was when they realized. The place where the 3 were standing already had many people with guns aimed at them. Ha 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 ha, finally here. At this moment, a short person who was only as tall as Ice Star's stomach walked over. He was wearing white clothes and had a round protective shield on his head. So it's 3 low-level creatures, kill that male for me, and keep those 2 females to be my imperial concubines. The short person ordered his subordinates with an annoying expression and an annoying voice. Then, those subordinates raised their guns and fired at the 3. Ice Star was quick to react and immediately activated the Omnitrix. Diamond Head. Placing her hands on the ground, a crystal wall rose from the ground, blocking the attack. Oh, that low-level scum has some skills. Don't kill him, capture him alive as well, and let him be my slave. The white-clad short person shouted, drinking the beverage in his hand from behind, as if watching a show. This guy is so annoying, he's just like those celestial dragons in One Piece. Diamond Head waved his large hand, and countless crystal projectiles shot out, piercing through the enemies' bodies. Meanwhile, those people tried to sneak attack Madoka and Sayaka. Sayaka, you transform first, Madoka, don't transform yet. Ice Star shouted, while piercing through an enemy's body. Oh, okay. Since they were exposed, Madoka and Sayaka also cancelled their disguises. Please, please, give me a powerful one, give me a powerful one. Praying, Sayaka slapped down her Omnitrix. A blue light flashed. Ice Star, having thrown an enemy away, turned her head to look and discovered a blue, jellyfish-like creature floating in the air, with 6 tentacles, white lightning-shaped markings on its body, and a blue Omnitrix symbol on its chest. What am I? An ethereal voice came from the blue jellyfish. Ghost Freak. Ice Star was stunned for a moment. It's also a pretty good alien heroes. Very strong, it's a pity that in the original work, Ben never knew how to play it. Ice Star used telepathy to tell Sayaka about this alien hero's abilities and how to use them. Ghost Freak. So powerful. Hee hee. I'm going to have some fun. Ghost Freak's 4 tentacles began to rub together to generate electricity, and then it flew into the air. You want to make Madoka, Little Star, and me your prisoners. Keep dreaming. Then, countless electric currents shot out, and those people's bodies twitched from the electricity until they fell to the ground with black smoke rising from their bodies. Make way, make way. Ghost Freak's body turned intangible, passing through one enemy after another. Every time it passed through someone, its whole body sparked with electricity, and finally, they fell to the ground. Little Star, this is so cool. Ghost Freak floated in the sky, protecting Madoka while helping Diamond Head. Of course, none of the Andromeda 5 are weak. It's just that Ben didn't know how to play. Then, Ice Star turned her hand into a blade and cut 2 enemies in half at the waist. Little Star and Sayaka are so amazing. Madoka, who was being protected by the 2, said with some envy. You bunch of useless idiots. I'll execute every one of you later. The little white dwarf stomped his feet in anger, kicking his fallen subordinates beside him. Hey, you fool idiots, get up and keep fighting. Otherwise, I'll kill you. But no matter how hard he kicked, the person showed no reaction at all. Hey, little dwarf, your subordinates have all been defeated. It's not too late to let us go now. Diamond Head turned his right hand into a blade, pointing it directly at the little dwarf. Hee, do you think I have no trump cards left? You foolish inferior beings. Subsequently, the little dwarf took out a button and pressed it. Then, 2 large doors behind the little dwarf opened, and many robots over 2 meters tall walked out from inside. These were exactly the same robots that Ice Star and the others had seen before. Attack, destroyers. Kill them all. Leave no corpse intact. The little dwarf roared in command. The next second, these robots began to move, attacking Ice Star and the others. You managed to catch him a punch. It seems this robot has some skill, but not much. Watching the robot that caught his fist, Diamond Head instantly turned his hands sharp and long, slashing diagonally, and the robot's upper body was directly severed. Seeing more robots coming, Diamond Head prepared to place his hands on the ground to release Earth spikes, but the next second, Ghost Freak passed directly through these robots. Is this all the destroyers can do? I don't think much of them. Ghost Freak scoffed, continuously firing electric currents. Just then, a robot spotted Madoka, who was hiding, and grabbed her. Madoka struggled continuously, but because she was grabbed, she couldn't reach the Omnitrix. Oh no, Madoka. Diamond Head and Ghost Freak wanted to step forward to save her, but they were blocked by the swarming robots. Ha, you bunch of inferior beings, just fall beneath my destroyers. The little dwarf began to dance around excitedly. That's not necessarily true. A crystal block appeared in Diamond Head's hand, he aimed at Madoka's Omnitrix, and threw it. Just as Madoka was about to be suffocated by the grip, the small crystal block hit the Omnitrix dial perfectly. A flash of pink light shone by. Madoka, you. Ice Star's jaw dropped in shock as she saw the alien Madoka had transformed into. Because Madoka had turned into a pink, humanoid tiger. Fierce Tiger. Listen to me, you fool battle machine. Fierce Tiger is very angry right now, and the consequences will be severe. The next second, Fierce Tiger exerted force to break free from the restraint, then twisted off the robot's head and gripped it in his hand. You should have known when to quit when you were attacking us earlier. Twisting the robot's head into a ball, Fierce Tiger then threw the iron head like a bowling ball, knocking down several robots. The robots surrounded Fierce Tiger. Do you want to fight me? Do you want to fight me? Fierce Tiger shouted, the black sharp claws on his hands growing longer. Bring it on. Fierce Tiger grabbed a robot by the waist and performed a suplex, then grabbed the robot's leg, and with a perfect spin, knocked down a circle of robots around him. Then, he detached one of the robot's arms to use as a weapon, smashing it wildly against the other robots. Listen here, you white little dwarf. Your Lord Fierce Tiger is going to be invincible across the world. I'm going to beat the living daylights out of all your robots. So that you, little dwarf, will take us back to Earth. Fierce Tiger continued to brutally abuse the robots. Little Star, is this really the Madoka I know? Ghost Freak said, somewhat incredulously. Berserker Alien. Fierce Tiger, as expected, not even Madoka can resist Fierce Tiger's intelligence-lowering effect. And she's not wearing any clothes, Madoka has no sense of shame. Madoka is currently a typical tigress. The two whispered to each other. Fierce Tiger heard that. Mickey Sayaka and Ice Star. Soon, there was a pile of robot wreckage at Fierce Tiger's feet. Listen up, you pieces of junk. Fierce Tiger will take on all of you at once. None of you are worth fighting. Fierce Tiger roared from the top of the pile. Ha ha ha, fight all you want, my destroyers are endless. Once you finish those, new ones will be created immediately. Your abilities will eventually run out, while mine are infinite. Be good and become my slaves, you inferior beings. The little dwarf continued to mock them. Infinite, is that so? What about now? Diamond Head snapped his fingers. Boom, boom. Numerous explosions came from the entrance where the robots appeared, eventually blocking the robot exit and burying it in rubble. What did you do, you fool guy? The little dwarf said in exasperation. Hee, yes. It turned out that as soon as she saw the robotic assembly line at the beginning, Ice Star had used the power of time to freeze everything, then jumped down and installed time bombs on every assembly line machine, just in case. You lowly scum. The little dwarf picked up a gun on the ground to shoot, but was hit by a crystal projectile and fell to the ground. As the last robot had its head crushed by Fierce Tiger, things finally quieted down. The little dwarf also regained consciousness. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a crystal person, a tiger, and a jellyfish in front of him. The little dwarf chuckled, quickly got up, and tried to run away, but he was instantly grabbed by the head by Fierce Tiger and lifted up with one hand. Spare me, three great lords. It is my fault. Please let me go, I won't take you as my slaves anymore. The little dwarf burst into tears from fear. Roar, roar, roar. However, Fierce Tiger roared at him, scaring the little dwarf so much that he peed himself, yellow liquid flowing from his crotch. Listen to me, you white little dwarf. Fierce Tiger is giving you two choices now. 1. Fierce Tiger beats you up and then sends us back to Earth. 2. You obediently send us back to Earth right now. As he spoke, Fierce Tiger flashed his sharp black claws. No, no, no. I'll let you go right now. I have a space-time portal that can take you back, the little dwarf said, trembling. I hope you're not lying to us, otherwise, Fierce Tiger, will grab you and kick your butt hard. You little dwarf. Fierce Tiger threw the little dwarf onto the ground, and then the little dwarf led the three of them away. Eventually, they stopped in front of a circular door. The little dwarf operated a screen on the side, and a purple portal appeared inside the circular door. I will see you off to here. Please enter. Subsequently, Ghost Freak and Fierce Tiger walked into the portal. Just as Diamond Head was preparing to enter, he heard the little dwarf's inner thoughts. Those lowly creatures, to think they would make me, the noble one, suffer such humiliation. I will make you all perish inside the space-time jumper. Then, the little dwarf tried to press a red button. But the next second, he was completely encased in crystal. I knew you were up to no good. I originally intended to let you go, but I didn't expect you to try to harm us. Diamond Head walked over with his hand turned into a blade. You fool guy. Just wait. When I find you, I will definitely kill everyone in your life. I will kill your relatives first, and then your friends. The little dwarf began to give up. Since his plan was seen through, he stopped pretending. Actually, I never intended to let you go. Diamond Head punched and shattered the glass dome on the little dwarf's head. What are you doing? I'm telling you, I am the noble. Before he could finish, his mouth was sealed by crystal. Looks like you need oxygen too. I knew there was oxygen here from the beginning, but it wasn't until I got here that I realized this is a spaceship. Looking at the outer space outside the glass, Diamond Head smiled evilly. Then, he shot a crystal projectile directly at the glass, and the cracks in the glass began to grow larger and larger. Enjoy the torture in this cold space. Diamond Head walked into the portal. MMPH. 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 The little dwarf could only watch Diamond Head with bloodshot eyes, his gaze filled with anger, unwillingness, and despair. Crack. Finally, the glass shattered, and the little dwarf, sealed in crystal, fell into space. The low temperature of the universe froze the little dwarf's head, matching the crystal on his body. And the little dwarf couldn't move, nor could he speak. In the end, he stopped thinking. At this moment, in the corridor, Ice Star opened her eyes and found that she was still in the corridor, and time had not changed at all. Finally back, thankfully time hasn't changed. Ice Star turned her head and found. Madoka and Sayaka were also standing there blankly, but they were still in their transformed state. Why haven't we changed back yet, Ice Star? Fierce Tiger asked first. Class is about to start, and we haven't changed back. Ghost Freak looked at his tentacles with some concern. But then, a beep sound rang out, and with a flash of blue and pink light, the two of them successively detransformed. Both of their watches also fell off and disappeared into data. I forced you to detransform, otherwise, you would have had to wait another 10 minutes, which is too long. Ice Star tapped the Omnitrix and said. Finally changed back, why are you looking at me? Madoka sighed in relief, but then saw the two looking at her with some confusion. Madoka, I didn't expect that when you transformed into Fierce Tiger, you actually. Ah, Sayaka, stop talking. It's too embarrassing. Madoka said, blushing shyly. Now, thinking about the things she said and did after turning into Fierce Tiger, she really wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. In the end, Sayaka and Ice Star were willing to keep Madoka's secret, and Fierce Tiger became Madoka's new dark history. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.